Got travel plans? Get 50% off Rosetta Stone Unlimited and let language lead you somewhere amazing. Rosetta Stone has everything you need to master 25 languages. And for one price, you'll have access to lessons for life. Get it at the lowest price right now at rosettastone.com.
Peace and blessings be with everyone. I pray all around the world that we can be heard. If we can live viewership, if you can put a message in that YouTube StreamYard chat room that we can be heard so that we know that all heard. The UK or Bahamas in so they can let me know they can be we just add them to the room if they're ready, if they have their microphones open. Can Bahamas or UK, if whoever's there, if you can let me know you can be heard. I
Okay,
can't
bring
hear
it
you.
now. Boom, you're on.
We're ready.
Yes.
On behalf of all of the member children, take them out, of the Holy Coptic Church of the Black Messiah, Journey Home Group International, we'd like to
Okay.
welcome you to this day 4 of International African Holocaust Month. This is our last weekend. And then, of course, on the 30th, November 1st, we have sacred ritual of ancient Africans to move into the new year. On behalf of all of the Holy, so grateful that you're joining us. People joining from Tanzania, some of you are here today from Ghana, from Senegambia, some are watching from South Africa, from the United Kingdom, of Nassau, Bahamas. Nassau is a place in we'd like to welcome those of you viewing from Trinidad and Tobago, from Mexico and places in the United States of America, all across the world. This is the time of year gather wearing our bracelets. And of course, those of you who registered, we'll give you a link today. You can register so we can have you pick up your African Holocaust band with the hashtags on it, never again, and this must end, free from any of our Tree of Eternal Life stores. I'm Rev. Dr. AJ Varma with you today to be able to sup with you today. This time of year is a sacred time. And it's not just 1 month, but it's the 1 month where we gather specifically for this purpose, but it's all year round because we are working to get rid of ignorance and to get rid of the ignorance and what it gives birth to, which is racism, white supremacy. And we want to ensure that we get to a point in our existence where we say our Holocaust has ended. And for that to happen, we're going to have some type of effort in doing so. So I will begin at this time with the sacred ceremony of invocation and libation. We call on all of the names, if you can say at home, Ashe, of all of the names of the great ancestors of the latter day, the great seers and prophets and prophetesses and priestess and teachers and orators and scribes and the great Bibis and Barbers, as we call them, the great Barber Marcus Mosiah Garvey and the Bibi Amy Jacques Garvey, Ashe, and the great Barber Noble Drew Ali, the Prophet Noble Drew Ali, Ashe, and the great Barber, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, and the great Bibi Clara Muhammad, Ashe, and the great Barber Dr. Martin Luther King, and the great Bibi Coretta Scott King, Ashe, and the great Barber Madiba Mandela, and the great Bibi Winnie Mandela, Ashe, the great Barber Yosef Ben Yochanan, Ashe, and the great Barber Henrik Clark, Ashe, and the great Barber Ivan Van Sertima, Ashe, and the great Bibi Francis Cress Wilson, Ashe, and the great Barber Ronoko Rashidi, and the great Barber Kwame Nkrumah, and the great Barber Joman Kenyatta, and the great Barber Amadou Ahiju, and the great Barber Walter Susulu, and the great Barber Steve Biko. All of the great barbers, such as the great Barber Arturo Schomburg, and the great Barber Pedro Campos, and the great Barber Bob Marley, and the great BBs that have all lived, and those who are still with us, the great BB, Dr. Marimba Andy, and the great BB Shahrazad Ali, and the great BB Kenora Hudson Weems, those who are still with us, all of the great ancestors, those who have moved on to the ancestral realm from which they fight and have become amongst the Naturu, and those who are still in the living realm of those of flesh and blood, where they fight still for our liberation. We are grateful no matter where they may be. We honor them by way of the name of the Most High Heavenly One and Nere, sustainer of the boundless universes. You that are gathered here today from all around the world, we call upon the forces of them and we ask that they be welcomed as a part of the silsila, the unbroken chain from student to teacher, teacher to student, going down through the generations of the great sages of old, all the way down to you and I today. We are grateful. We are grateful to be in this great day and time. We call upon the supplications of earth and wind and water and fire. We reach forth to the supplication of earth, and we reach forth and we grab earth in our hand. From dust we were taken, and to dust or earth, Adama, we shall return. And we take the earth and we add it to the living, and we call forth to the ancestors like the Messiah, Yeshua Kodesh, did do when he stooped down and put spittle upon the earth and used it and wiped it in the blind man's eye and sent him to wash his eyes that he may see again. And we ask by way of the powers of earth that we be allowed to see again in this latter day. We invoke the ancestral powers of the guardian angelic host of Africa, the African Naturu Elohim, the guardians known as the Elohim, the Allahumma, the Gin winds, the Shushuki, the Umari, the Thunderbirds, the Orisha of old, the angels of the original scriptures. And we light the incense as a symbol of wind, the divine breath which we breathe. For it says in scripture, that's the sustainer breathed into human beings in Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, of the breath of life, and we became a living soul. A living soul are those who have the ability to make changes, those who have spirit, and those who have soul, those who have consciousness, and those who have consciousness with conscientiousness, and by the power of the divine breath that the Messiah blew on his disciples of the breath and gave them the power to go forth and speak and teach. We invoke that power in this latter day during this African Holocaust month. We invoke the power of water, and we pour the 9 sacred streams of water into the living, and we invoke all of the ancestors, 9 streams of the 9 principal spirits of the Messiah, the 9 spirits of consciousness, and the 9 precept principles of Tamare, ancient Nile River Valley civilizations. These 9 great streams invoke the presence of the Most High Heavenly One within our very beings, and we ask that the creator of the boundless universes, the great I am, walk in, through, and around us and guide us in all that we do. Ashe. We now bring forth fire, the primordial element, the great sun that warms our lives and our foods and heats our homes. We light the black as a sun, primordial source from which all life comes, the symbol of the people. We light the red as a symbol of the blood, the symbol of the divine mothers who give birth to us by way of shedding their blood. We light the green as a symbol of the earth, for without the earth no food can grow, and the fire that burns between these elements, without them we cease to exist. So we call on Tar, earth, moon, the great water, Nephil, the wind, and Set, which is the fire. And we ask all that wherever you may be to take a deep breath, and that allows those primordial forces to be breathed into human beings of the breath of life, and you and I now become living souls. We will now declare the names of the guardians, angelic host, the divine names of the Most High Heavenly One found throughout the book of Psalms. By the sacred names we declare, Bismil Rabbil Khaliqul Kareem. We exist by way of all divine love from all sources. Kawun bina ashuk minhum كون بنا عشوق منهم 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 كون بنا عشوق منهم. Utilizing the language of the ancient Hebrew known as the Tamaraic and Nubic of the Nile River Valley and Niger Delta cultures, we declare the names of the Most High Heavenly One, a beautiful prayer. Ya Jamul, Ya Latuf, Ya Karum, Ya Tabus, Ya Sharuk, Ya Karud, Ya Shafuk, Ya Ashuk, Ya Hasut, Ya Nafun, Ya Ganui, Ya Razuk, Ya Kawul, Ya Laut, Ya Rab, Ya Wahub, Ya Manu, Ya Gadul, Ya Dayut, Ya Nasur, Ya Hadui, Ya Wahui, Ya Tamul, Ya Kabuk, Ya Shajur, Ya Rafur, Ya Baut, Ya Najud, Ya Fasur, Ya Sharuf, Ya Walui, Ya Salub, Ya Wakul, Ya Manun, Ya Bagui, Ya Khalud, Ya Garub, Ya Hawut, Ya Majub, Ya Azum, Ya Azum, Ya Nanui, Ya Gadui, Ya Gawi, Ya Shafiu, Ya Bahui, Ya Jabut, Ya Jalul, Ya Barub, Ya Hamul, Ya Hakum, Ya Tahum, Ya Wahub, Ya Shahud, Ya Wadu, Ya Nazud, Ya Samur, Ya Ladun, Ya Bahud, Ya Maluk, Ya Sayud, Ya Arus, Ya Rahmun, Ya Rahub, Ya Gafur, Ya Madu, Ya Hamud, Ya Musawur, Ya Khaluk, Ya Badur, Ya Wa, Ya Kur, Ya Hayu, Ya Gayum, Ya Sharuf, Ya Asus, Ya Maktuf, Ya Sarun, Ya Gadus, Ya Shalub, Ya Jabui, Ya Amin, Ya Basur, Ya Gabur, Ya Anni, Ya Salu, Ya Khalus, Ya Hafuz, Ya Ya Mustamadir, Ya Sabur, Ya Rasul, Ya Ratu, Ya Dayun, Ya Tasul, Ya Rabut, Ya Manus, Ya Najui, Ya Mujadud, Ya Sabul, Ya Hu and Ya Tumri Nun Nunat Hahiyat Kakikat Amun Amunat Hatum Shu Tafnun Gab Nutasat Asaru Ya Nabhut, Ya Satuk, Ya Haru, Ya Hapi, Ya Ankat, Ya Anti, Ya Nifertum, Ya Mantu, Ya Bati, Ya Takmaat, Ya Atar, Ya Bas, Ya Atar, Ya Bas, Yemhotep, Yahu, Mut Mi'at, Kafri, Meskinet, رأت كنتيمنتو هيكانيت ما رننتت شيء سيشات مبدات صبر عنوبو خدوم كنسو تنين سيا هيكات أمسو سرافيس هاتون ري تاوتي تاورت سلكت هاني هبكا سوكار بايت أكيريني ريت وقوات سكتي تاب مرسكي رسيا جرهات أستنو بيوتت كنمتت من كت همدوتي كبسنوف دوام متاف مريت وراء الجوب نكبات سكات عنكات يا جات يا تام يا هوا يا هواس يا عنكو يا فنويت يا ساتيس يا سكتي يا متى يا نينا إميوت إمساتيك إمامور شاف ماري يا منري يا هو Amen. Amen. Amu. Ashe. Let us begin.
International African Holocaust Month 2024. On behalf of all those who have gone on before us, who willingly gave their lives through selflessness and self-sacrifice, those who also in unawares were taken from us too soon. Out of respect for their lives, we acknowledge this year's events and say never again. From Namibia to Mozambique, to Zaire, to Zimbabwe, to Ghana, to Guinea, to Jamaica, to the Bahamas, to Trinidad and Tobago, throughout the United States and throughout Europe, we stand to remember them once again. We honor them by the lighting of the candles, the black, the red, the green, as a sign of the memorial that we say never again. International African Holocaust Month 2024. We've honored the ancestors. We've put forth the works. We are grateful for the day and time that we're in. And we say to you, help us go forth to say never again. All around the world, it is time. Join us. And until next year, let us remember, never again.
To talk tonight very briefly about ultimate liberation. Ultimate liberation, freeing of the African mind. One of the things that we need to be clear about is that we have been trying desperately to get free ever since we've been here. There has never been a period in our experience in North America that we haven't been trying to somehow gain liberation, to get freedom, to get away from the oppressive restriction on our humanity that this culture has enforced. What has happened over the years is that there have been stages of freedom. You see, when you deprive people of their fundamental humanity, they tend to even lose sight of what true freedom is. When you begin to systematically rob people of their basic contact with reality, then they no longer are very clear about what is real. Under those circumstances, they then know something is wrong, but they aren't exactly sure what it is that is wrong. And because of the uncertainty about what's wrong, people then begin to engage in whatever frantic and frustrated effort they can to break free. So they look at the immediate restraint as a means of defining what freedom is. Now, for most of the time that we've been here, the definition of our lack of freedom was fairly tangible. It was very concrete. We had chains on our wrists. We had manacles on our ankles. We had hoops around our necks. We had dogs restricting our movement. There were guns standing at the fence. There were very tangible, concrete limitations on our access to movement that made it very clear that something is wrong. The opportunity and the effort to engage in those things that other human beings engage in, the opportunity to be with our children, to be with our wives, to engage in the kinds of things that we had known characteristically and other people were able to do, we weren't able to do those things. So freedom came to mean getting away from the chains, getting away from the manacles, getting away from the limitation, breaking loose from the plantation, outrunning the dogs, outrunning the hunters, outrunning the bounties, outrunning those people who wanted to keep us in that condition, to get away from the whip, get away from the oppressor who was clear and evident by his physical existence. So for most of those 200 years, we did all we could to get free, but freedom meant getting away from the physical conditions of slavery. During those days, the Negroes were far and few between, because everybody knew they were in hell. Now, there were people frightened about doing anything about it, but they knew they were in trouble. No one had to convince them that their situation was a contemptible, degraded, pitiful, sad situation. Except for a few of them, of course, who'd gotten to hang out in the house and they thought they were what they were working at. But basically, most of the slaves knew full well that something is going on. Now, under those conditions, the pressure was to get away from the conditions of the plantation, and that was the definition of freedom. If we can just get up north, if we can just get away from the dogs, if we can just get away from the whip, if we can just get away from this mean cracker, then we will be free. So the concept of liberation was migration. Let me migrate from the plantation in Virginia and Carolina and Georgia and Mississippi and Kentucky, and let me get to the free land up north, or to Canada up north. Just get out of this physical situation. So the concept of freedom was a very simple one, that to move from the physical restraints to a place where you had relative ability to move about. After the period of slavery, the concept of freedom became slightly different. It became one of, now that the chains are off, now that the fences are removed, now that the dogs are no longer put on us, now that you no longer have a right to deprive me of the ability to move, then it became clear that even though those things were gone, freedom still was not there. So it became a little less tangible. Even though you couldn't vote, and even though you couldn't walk on the same side of the street, and even though you had to drink out of a special fountain, and even though your children had to go to special schools and you had to live in special areas, the idea though is that somehow it was still less tangible. It was less clear. It was more abstract. But people knew something still was wrong, so they said, freedom means let me participate. So they said, boss, now that the chains are gone, let me do some of what you do. Let me go where you go, eat where you go to the bathroom where you go to the bathroom. Let me live where you live, and let my children go where yours go. And our concept of freedom then became one of participation. And so for almost a half of a century, we worked hard to participate. We wanted to simply do what boss did. And if we were doing what boss was doing, we thought we were free. And we made lots of efforts to try to do what boss did. We prayed, we marched, we sat in, we walked in, we voted, we unvoted, we got beaten down in the streets. We did everything just trying to let boss let us participate. Because the concept of freedom then was just to be able to do what boss was doing. Then the laws got shifted again, and they began to let us do that. We could vote, we could drink out the same fountain, eat at the same place, sleep in the same place. We really thought that now the freedom was here. Then we kept finding out something still ain't right. It still ain't right. So I tell you what, boss, let us be like you. We want to marry you and listen, we want to go to your school. We don't want no of these colored schools. We want to go to your school, boss. We don't want to have no black community. We want to live integrated. No longer no participation. We want to integrate. We want to live right next to you. We want to pray next to you. We want to sing next to you. We want to do everything right with you. Don't give us none of this old black stuff, none of this old Africa stuff. I'm an American, boss. I'm a real American. And once we began to push for that, we didn't want nothing to keep us from being a good American. We wanted to fight where boss fought. We wanted to go to his wars, live in his place. So the thrust then had gone from plantation to participation to membership. We wanted to be shared members, and we thought we'd be free. But then we found out that we got there and we were sitting there and somehow we still didn't feel free. Sitting in his school, still didn't feel free. Reading his book, still didn't feel free. On his television, still didn't feel free. In his plays, still didn't feel free. Everything we did still didn't give us the sense of being free because we knew that something was still missing. Now, as we come to the end of this 20th century.
Hey, my name is John, and I came here to see Elon Musk and support Trump to be the next president.
We are in a period of real complexity because all tangible evidence suggests we ought to be free. Ain't no chains, no plantations, no laws prohibiting you from voting for who they want you to vote for. No barriers to going to whatever school you want to try to go to. Any book you want to read, you can read it. Turn on TV, colored people everywhere, doing all the things that white folks do. Being molested, learning how to molest, having dysfunctional families, being psychoneurotic. We got them all. Listen. We got them all. Negroes on the Supreme Court, married to white women. So what you want? What's the complaint? What's the dissatisfaction now? We have Negro editorialists and journalists who get in the newspaper and write penetrating editorials to argue against the continued victimization, preoccupation with being victimized because the content of the character is what really counts rather than the substantive realization that we are really free. Listen. We have right-wing conservative Republicans who tell the Negroes they ought to shut up and stop complaining. They got everything they need. They're just addicted to complaints. Complain. I'm free, you free, what you want to be. It's all there because now it's not as tangible anymore. But the majority of folks still know something is wrong. Every time you look at a statistic that reflects negative things, we at the top. Dying from cancer, we at the top. Dying from AIDS, we at the top. Highest poverty, we at the top. Most welfare, we at the top. Everything that has to do with death, destruction, degradation, destruction of our lives and our children's lives, we at the top. And even though we have representatives who look like us, sitting at every high peak of authority, the bottom line is that we are still primarily plantation existing Negroes. That is the bottom line reality. So the question becomes, it answers one question. It lets us understand why it is so difficult now to get most of our people to understand there's a problem. Because an illusion has been created. An illusion has been created. We now are just like everybody else. So the Irish say, "You no different from me." The Italians say, "You no different from me." Even the Jews say, "You no different from me." We all in the same boat. We all are just struggling to make it now. And most of our people have come to believe that that's the way it is. Not most of them, many of our people. Many of our people, they believe that that's the way it is. So when you come to them and say, "Look, we got to get free. Time's running out. Our condition is getting worse." They say, "What are you talking about? Oprah is one of the richest people in America. What are you talking about? We got Montel, Les Brown, all of Burtis, all Barry, all of them now on TV. We on the edge of night, Search for Tomorrow, All My Children." What do you mean, Medical Center? We got special episodes with us. We've had the Cosby Show. We got everything. What do you mean? We've got PhDs, LLDs, DMs, MDs. You name the D, we got all the Ds. What you mean? What are you concerned? What are you talking about? So it becomes extremely difficult to get them to understand that those are illusions. Illusions that have been created to keep us pacified, quiet, and stupid about our condition.
Welcome, everyone. This is African Holocaust Month, and I'm Dr. Ford. And today we're about to have a very deep conversation, but it's going to be insightful. It's going to be a lot of information that you can definitely follow up with. And to get started, the name of this segment is called We Want Answers. And so right now we have a lot to unpack. It's going to be question and answer. We're going to throw a couple videos in there. And at the end, my two wonderful guests are going to even play a quick game called Pass the Baton. And they're going to end with a Bible verse. So I'm going to start with the lady on the screen. Her name is Nurse Hannah. Nurse Hannah,
Yes.
give a brief introduction of why you're here today.
So my name is Cherise Hanna. I'm a registered nurse by profession. I also work in the pharmaceutical industry right now. And I am a naturalist.
Okay. And now we're going to go ahead and we're going to fly across the waters. We're going to go over to the UK. And here's Kahun Montuta. How are you doing, sir?
Namaste. I'm doing fine. Thank you. Thank you. And it's always an honor to be here. I'm Kaun Montuta, a father, a teacher, a builder, a owner of businesses, but primarily a Kaun of the Holy Coptic Church. I'm honored to be here as always.
Perfect. So we're going to get started. They've introduced themselves. We're going to start with these first questions. I'm going to just say them out loud. I want to give them both the questions so then they can start. But fortunately, ladies first. The first question, Nurse Hannah, is what is a virus? What is a virus? And the second question, Kahun Mantu, Ta, why is racism a virus? Nurse Hannah, you have the floor.
All right, so a virus. What is a virus? A virus is a poisonous substance. It is an agent that causes diseases. Let me just go into the mode of action of a virus. It is when a virus attacks the body or enters the body, it's what we call implantation of a virus. So it enters at the port of entry. So let's just say you get a cut, or even if you breathe it in, or however it enters the body. It implants itself It spreads to target organs, and it starts to replicate itself. It attaches itself to your normal body cell, and it spreads to different sites. And when it spreads to different sites, it also spreads back to that point of entry where it can spread and infect the environment that you're in or other people that you come in contact with. So it is a poisonous substance that enters the body, and it makes its presence very, very felt, and it takes over.
Mantu, you have next.
So my apologies. Why is racism a virus?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just as Nurse Hannah just said about the virus and how it attacks the body and spreads. When racism comes amongst us or is thrown on us, we got to understand that they'll teach you that we can't be racist, but within this world or within this realm that we're in. I say the country, call it a realm. Because it's not ours. But when racism is put on us, it can make you feel as if to say, well, you're sick. Meaning the way you've been treated, you feel you've been made to be an outcast. Once you've been made to be an outcast and you're made to look at yourself and see yourself as different from everybody else and see yourself less than everybody else, now the mind starts to work. As the mind starts to work, it causes you to now say, well, okay, I'm against me. You actually believe in this thing and start to believe everything about racism, because racism will say to you that you're less than them. You can't do as well as them. You can't own what they own. You can't become what they can become. And I'm talking all the other races. And then with that and depression setting in, you start to believe everything, as I said a while, and then now you start to play the part. And as they'll say, that stereotypes start happening where you're now saying, well, I am less than them. It's true. I'm everything that's wrong. Everything that's bad falls on me. All the time. Is that me? All the time that everything that we look at, it's always a black person, Nubian Mennonite person that's been everything bad. So when that sits in now, that virus takes seats, a mental virus, and it becomes part of you, and it makes you feel as if you can't achieve. Once that happens, you don't achieve. As a man thinketh, so shall he be. And if you think and believe that, then that really happens. So that virus spreads. So that's how it becomes a virus. Loosely, can I go on?
Okay. Well, you know what? Everything you heard, I'm taking it and I'm digesting it, and we're going to pop up a screen just to show everyone just a combination of how this virus and everything Kahuma Tutar said, why racism is a virus. We're going to go up here, and if you look on the chart, we're going to show you virus chart number 2. We're going to compare it to COVID-19, right? And on this chart, you're going to see how when you're looking at the virus, when you're seeing it, when you're looking at it, it's going to appear like everything that happens in the body, right? And has different modes of the way it's basically transmuted or, passed from one person to the next. It can be either, it's not sharing yet. It's going to be coming up. It can be direct, it can be indirect, it can be institutional, or it can be structural, right? Just like COVID can be either direct, right? It can be indirect, it can be airborne, right? It can be vehicular. You could be on a bus and you COVID. Same way it's trans, you don't even know it's there, but it's there, just like COVID. Another thing about racism, it's harmful, just like COVID. It's destructive, just like COVID. It can be replicable, just like COVID. And last but not least, right? The only difference is COVID went to a pandemic level. Pandemic level. We're going to have social media. Go to etymology online. If you go to etymology online social media, and I want you to look up the word endemic, Endemic. Endemic. That is one of the main differences, but it works similar to what you see with COVID. So you go ahead and you look here in etymology. It should say endemic. They're going to scroll down a little bit so you can see it. Just a little bit more. Scroll down just a little bit more. It says particular to a people or locality or belonging to a people. Could you scroll down a little bit more? And so when you look at this word endemic, right, it means just like pandemic belongs to the COVID virus, endemic racism belongs to individual people,
No,
and
thank
it's spread. Does that make sense, everybody?
Yes.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and we're going to jump back over to our nurse, and we're getting ready to talk about medical gaslighting. Medical gaslighting. Nurse Hannah is ready. We're going to watch a quick video on it about medical gaslighting, right? And then we're going to hit you with that question. She was dismissed by doctors from several different hospitals over the course of a week because of the color of her skin. She desperately sought answers while
says she was dismissed by doctors from several different hospitals over the course of a week because of the color of her skin. She desperately sought answers while 12 weeks pregnant. And from her experience, Courtney became a doula and is sharing her story in the book. It's called Help, I'm Black and Pregnant. The Black Woman's Guide for a Better Pregnancy and Birth Outcome. Tantha, please welcome Courtney to the conversation. Thank you so much for this. We have a photo of you, Courtney. It's when you were pregnant in 2020, 2 weeks before your first hospital visit. At 12 weeks, you were experiencing cramping and spotting. You went to the hospital to make sure everything was okay, which is what you're supposed to do. The details are really heartbreaking to read. It wasn't until you bled through your clothes that you received medical attention.
Yes.
What was happening at that hospital?
Well, yeah, it was during COVID. So I wasn't given a room. I was forced to wait in the waiting room. And usually, you know, pregnancy things, they take you right back. So 4 hours in the waiting room by myself. Once I was taken back, a big gush came out and there was like a trail of blood following me to my room. And so when I got in my room, the nurse just apologized because she's like, this is unacceptable. Look how empty our hospital is. You could have been back here way sooner, and I'm so sorry that you had to go through that and be embarrassed. So yeah.
God, you are smiling, and I can't even imagine because I know you're trying to process this, right? Even now.
Yeah.
You were transferred to another hospital. You were supposed to have an MRI and an ultrasound.
Yes.
What happened there?
I wasn't checked. They didn't do any vitals. The doctor didn't see me for hours. I actually got up from the bed and called down the hall to say, hey, I'm here. Is anybody going to come see me?
You said the doctor tried to discharge you without even doing a proper test?
Yes. She just said I'd be more comfortable at home.
She said you'd be more comfortable at home. Did you say, why do you think I'm here?
Yeah, I did. I demanded at least an IV because I was feeling really dizzy and I was losing a lot of blood. I asked her, could you do a pelvic exam or something to figure out what's going on? And she said, let me get back to you. She came back and gave me the IV, but never did a pelvic exam.
So you went home?
I did. She said she was going to call me a cab, but I had a friend.
How do we respond to medical gaslighting, and how do we avoid it? She got her thinking cap on. You see the light bulbs popping off at the top of her head, everyone.
You know, watching that video was it was a bit rough, tough. You know, I'm a mother, even though I'm a nurse. So for any woman to go through what she went through is not right. And the thing about it is, she's a nurse, so she knows what to expect. She knows how she should be treated. You do have people out there who don't know how they should be treated, or what is the process of dealing with a person who comes in presenting like that. So, statistics shows that Black women are more likely to die during childbirth, or even from illnesses or complications related to their childbirth, bringing their children into the world. You know, a perfect example of that is Serena Williams. And she's somebody who's out there. She's a tennis star. She has money. She's even married to a white man. But she was also placed in a situation where her life was at risk after the birth of her first child. So this gaslighting is something that is very present, and I'm thinking that we need more programs that would help women to know more during your pregnancy, or during whatever you're going through. There was a book I read, What to Expect When You're Expecting, you know, or even certain programs that would happen at clinics that you go to, or even your doctor should let you know what to expect. You know. So we are in a long, we in a fight for our lives, and then a lot of things. We need Black hospitals. We need doctors that look like us. We need nurses that look like us. So whenever somebody comes in, they can relate, they can tend to that person's self and kind.
Thank you so much. Did y'all hear that? She said we need Black hospitals, Black nurses, Black doctors. And if anyone out in the listening audience, if you've ever experienced anything like this, please put comments, put pound, Black fist up in the chat box, because this is something that's real. It's not only happening to mothers, right? But many of us have gone to doctors and just received really bad care and have to go back and forth to the hospital 3 or 4 times. So now we're going to switch. We're going to bring up
Before
the
we
next video,
before
right?
we hang on 1 second. Before
Yes,
we
sir. Jump on in. You got next twice.
I'm sorry. I'm not. I wasn't hearing you properly because you was breaking up over here. But before you go to there, it happens here in England, and it doesn't only happen to female, it happens to male as well. And what I would say is, yes, we do need to have Black hospitals. Yes, we do need people like us, as long as they're conscious and think like us. That we need all of this. But
Yes.
to deal with it now, I went into the hospital when I was in the US, and I had to stay overnight. My brother did not leave my side for 1 minute. He made it his duty that he stayed there all night. He made sure that I was, just in case they'd give me anything and my senses weren't right, he was there. So it's always wise to have somebody with you. Make sure when you go there, there's somebody there to make sure that they're doing the right things as you're in the hospital and you're looking around, so that they can't behave like this. I just want to add that, because until we get those things, we've got to have conditions and contingency plans that's going to say how we deal with the situation now as it is. I just thought I'd throw that in.
Thank you so much, Calhoun. That is everyone. We have to have a buddy system. You are so right. I think about our elderly in nursing homes, right? and what happens to them while there, because people don't check in on them, right? So we have to be an active part of the patient's care team, making sure that they know we're part of this. So social media is getting ready to bring up the othering video. And so, Calhoun, since you brought it up, there is a video I would like you to watch, right, about othering, right? It's this is it is under it's an actor from the UK.
You're
And
breaking up on me over here.
can you hear me clearly?
No, say it again, please. I heard there is a video we'd like you to watch, and then it went all over the place.
Testing, can you hear me now? Testing, can you hear me now?
No, I can play the video. I can work out that you're saying, can I hear you now?
Okay. So, can you hear me, Nurse Hannah?
Yes, I can hear you, but you were breaking up a bit earlier, but I can hear you much clearer now.
Okay. We're going to go ahead. Now, this should be a little bit better. Definitely, we'll say slowly. Social media is going to bring up a video on othering. Kahumantu, with the video, I'm asking you, othering is going to refer to the process whereby...
And literally take your life into your hands. I mean, I remember randomly getting off a bus and instantly being chased by a group of skinheads. And you would just automatically find yourself running. England being the mother country. To have come here with that idea, as a kid I was scared, and that's one of the things I've touched upon in my book, is owning up to that idea that I was terrified growing up in those days, because you just never knew where a brick would come from, where a car would suddenly, you'd be walking down the street whistling yourself, having a great day. Next thing you know, nigger from a car, coon from a car, monkey, just monkey noises would just come from nowhere, and you would just tense up. So I grew up in that environment, and so that's the environment I grew up in. So it was trying to form a sense of myself. It's constantly been sort of, it's growing up in a period where you're othered, where you're in fear and not understanding who you are, was destabilizing, I think. And I remember my mum calling us down for breakfast and running down the stairs and then hearing this smash. And we ran into the lounge, and there was an English breakfast covered in glass because a brick had come through the window, and just there was glass all over our big kitchen table. And we just all sort of stood there in shock. And Mum said, go back to bed. We just traipsed back up the road, back up to bed. But that was a sort of, you don't know where it came from. You know where it came from, but we were targets.
So, Calhoun, have you ever had similar experiences that were mentioned in the video? This is about othering, right? Have you ever had any similar experiences over in the UK? And what do we need to do to counteract?
Okay. As that gentleman was speaking, I grew up in that situation. Everything he was talking, except for the brick coming through the window, because we lived on the 4th floor, so it's very hard to throw a brick through the window. But everything else that he spoke about, walking down the street, the cry of nigger being shouted at you. There's times I was shot after with an air rifle, and then I had an afro, and I felt it go in my afro, and I was wondering what was that. Been chased, and having to fight. But how did we deal with this? Because when you're saying how to deal, there's two perspectives that I got to look at first. We lived in that area where there was a numerous amount of black families, and then they would drive into there and try and put fear into us, right? And we had to now make it clear to them, when you came in here, you will get hurt, because we're going to defend ourselves. So, so we take on everybody that came in, and we had to establish a way that we didn't walk on the streets alone. We never walked alone, especially late at night. You don't walk alone, because you knew what can happen if you're walking alone. But at the time, even if we did, we knew that we knew the back roads, we could run, we could get away with things. Now, as these things went on, we got older, we then had to start, in a sense, police our own areas, meaning that we would have people on lookout. So as we're playing, there would be some people at the top of the road or around the corner, and they saw something happening or saw a carload of people, they'd get ready. And with that in mind, we then got that area to a stage where they knew, don't go to Finsbury Park. Finsbury Park is not the area to do that in. They knew, don't go to Brixton. Brixton's not the area to do that in. They knew, don't go to Stoke Newington. So there were certain areas where they realized, no, don't go there. But if they caught you in the no man land, then yes, then these things would happen to you. So what we then had then, which they've taken away, we had community centers. And the community centers made a difference, because the community centers we went in, we played in, we had fun in, we were in our own zone, and our children now being coordinated and protected by being in these community centers. And they gave these community centers to us. They gave us these buildings. Over time now, they've been removing them from us. They've been taking them away and stripping them down, so that, because these centers also did one thing for us. That gentleman that was speaking a while ago, I could tell that he was living in that area, an area like maybe like Camden Town, an area like Caledonian, where there was a lot of blacks there, but they weren't strong because there was a lot of white people there. The school I went to was in one of those areas. So when you had the community centers, it also, we had people that came in and spoke. So the blackness still was around us, and that blackness that we had from certain teachers who grew up in the areas. When I say teacher, I mean people, brothers, older brothers that were speaking, because the Black Panther and Black Power was a thing then that was on the rise for us when we were then. We had meetings with the Black Panther, meetings for Black Power, meetings about Martin Luther King. We had different organizations where we were talking about Malcolm X and all these things. There were things that we heard, and then we gathered and spoke in different places, Black House and these sort of places. So, but these little communities made a difference. Now, the other thing that made a difference for us is the churches. Even though they weren't our churches, they were churches that black people were in. Now I say, we need more than anything else, a church like the Holy Coptic Church of the Black Messiah, where you're teaching the youth about themselves and how to look up to themselves and how to make sure that you become something, how to educate yourself and get involved in the community and make a difference. There's so much that we didn't do that we need to do in having an effect on the community. The Asians came in, they got involved with the council and made sure they were okay. The Turks came in, they got involved with the council. We didn't get involved with the council. The little things that we're now beginning to do, and even the corner shops, we didn't even take those on. We need to have get a hold of those little things to at least show that we're not just consumers. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes, sir. Calhoun, what year was this when you were experiencing these?
I would say this was early 70s. It was the early 70s for myself. I was about what? Let me see, 70s would have made me, early 70s, late would have made me in my teens. So I was born in 57. So 60, 13. So it was about, early 70s. late 60s. This when a lot of this was really going on. I even remember a time they were the National Front was out there doing a demonstration, and I was on the side of the National Front, standing there, going, looking around, going, "What?" I didn't even know what the National Front was, and somebody had to call me from that side. I said, "What are you doing over there?" I'm laughing now because they said, "You're standing with them. What are you doing over there?" I'm like, "I don't know. I'm just standing there."
What is National Front?
National Front was a party that was a racist party. We'd call it now a right wing party.
Mm.
And there was a man called Enoch Powell. And even though he was a conservative, he was heading the National Front Party. And the National Front Party was that party that was against, well, patriots, they would say they were. If you get the same thing, against even the Jews, against everybody else that's foreign. And they were on the street, and I was on that side of the road, standing there with them, not realizing who I was standing with.
Okay. Everyone, if you've ever had, once again, any type of racist incidents, whether direct or indirect, can you go ahead and put a fire emoji in the chat room, right? Once again, racism, whether it's been direct or indirect, go ahead and put some fire emojis in the chat room, right? Now, I would like to go ahead and hopefully Cahoon and Nurse Hannah hopefully you have a screen or something because we're about to do a little reading. Right, a brief little reading,
My
right?
screen is way behind yours.
Okay, way behind.
Way behind.
Nurse Hannah, can you also read, ma'am? Because we're
Yes,
going
I
to put
can.
it up on the screen. So we're going to bring up invisible force 2. And the reason why we're bringing this up is recently the U.S. Army has been engaging in using comic books and graphic novels to present information about different number 2. Number 1, it says invisible force, the global adoption. Sister, yes, Sister Nurse Hannah, you're going to go ahead, you're going to bring it up, and they're going to show you a couple of pictures. They're going to show you a picture of this. And this is important because nowadays, perfect. Nowadays, the Army, they're using comic books, graphic novels, media print, a lot of things to talk about what we're here, this information Holocaust. Nurse Hannah, can you go ahead and read the box with the black square around it, please?
It says the global adoption of powerful network technologies is creating effects on human cognition, which are, sorry, which are continuing to challenge, if not erode entirely, the ways in which democratic societies govern and defend their people. In an increasingly connected world, individuals now have the power to instantaneously broadcast images and perspectives of world events in a manner that has traditionally been reserved for trusted media sources. The erosion of the gatekeeper's authority has enabled diverse perspectives to flourish, but also comes with a cost. This fact has created a situation in which the value of the information is based on its ability to go viral, as opposed to its truth and accuracy. Modern technology has created a world in which information scarcity is being replaced by information overload. It is a world where narratives are being created to manipulate human emotion, bias, and the social construction of truth in ways that are creating a post-truth era. How does the military engage in an era where information can be both true and false simultaneously, dependent upon the audience perspective?
So when we want answers and we hear a lot of the BBs and Babas, and they often talk about we're at war. And we never really consider how information is being presented to us that is true or false, or we don't know how to discern which one is which, or how this information can be either beneficial or harmful to us. So what we're going to bring up is we're going to talk about two things. One, we're going to bring up a video that's going to talk about strategic deception. We're going to watch this video, and then we're going to ask a question about strategic deception or false beliefs.
Kind of strategic deception. There's cover, and then there's disinformation. Those are both kinds of strategic deception. So you begin to realize that there is a purpose behind kinds of strategic deception. There's cover, and then there's disinformation. Those are both kinds of strategic deception. And so you begin to realize that there is a purpose behind a lot of information coming out into the public. By all means, there's a long history of the CIA working with journalists, reporters, authors, to information. I mean, there's almost nothing that the CIA hasn't done. The question is, reporting it in the context of how that's happening. The CIA often uses that to its advantage. And so whenever a situation happens, you have to say to yourself, is this really what happened? Or is it covering up something else? And then, of course, you have to put your rational person. You can't just imagine what a true story might be. You have to actually find it and report it.
Okay.
Strategic.
So with that, social media is going to bring up, while we're talking, Black communities and strategic deception. They're going to do a Google search. And the question is, what can we do to change the false beliefs and illusions that we create in our minds regarding the institutions that influence our day-to-day? Jump on in, Calhoun Montu, you ready?
Okay. Yep. I was gonna say, let me do this. Let me jump in. I got no problem. All right. First, I didn't hear everything clearly, but first, what we got to realize is that, and know the basic thing that was said, that we got to teach the children that everything, as one of our BBs said, and Brother Clark said, everything that you taught was a lie. Once you put that into your mind and put it in a child's mind, everything that we've been taught is a lie. Now, what's going to happen next is the doubters is going to turn around and ask, why do you say this? So now you're going to have to explain that the powers that be is trying their best to maintain their white supremacy. They're maintaining their growth and their power based on us being at the bottom. I'm going to take a little bit here. I'm trying to do it as fast as I can. I really am. But for instance, when we look what was happening in the world, take Gaddafi for an example, and how he was with his people, and he was educating the people. Nobody was homeless. People was being looked after. People were being educated for free. They were being sent, if they needed to be sent across the world, they could be sent across the world for free. And everything that they were doing in order to develop. Then he moved out. He said he didn't want to be part of the so-called Middle East Union. And he came out of that and then decided to help to set up the African Union. And then he was talking about having one currency, and other African countries were saying, okay, one currency is needed. Now, those that are running things understood that if the so-called Africans do this and unite, they will no longer be the bottom of the totem pole because they have resources. And China's already elevating, India's already elevating, the Middle East is already elevating. So if now the Africans start to elevate, then who's going to be bottom of the totem pole, right? The person that has no resources, right? And so they had to use something, and when they went in, they conditioned, they changed, they corrupted those people in there to turn against their leader who was doing so well for them. I'm sure if you go in there today and you ask them, they would say that was a massive mistake, a serious error of judgment. And no way has this Western world touched, and they've left it in a good state. So we have to overstand this and teach each other and the youth, look, this is what we're up against. As our teacher, Baba, I should say, my brother, Haro Teptar, would say, right, he'd make it clear that you cannot trust or take your child, or would the lion take his cub and give it to the hyena to raise? We're doing the same thing. We're taking our children and giving it to the hyena to raise. So we've got to now understand that with social media doing what it's doing, and AI, the ability that AI now have, we cannot trust anything that's coming for them, which means, as my sister Hannah said a while ago about the hospitals, that we have black-owned hospitals, we've got to have doctors over there, we've got to start having our own television station and watching them. We're going to start having, never had newspaper. We've always had newspaper, but we never really got into them. We've got to start feeding into what we have and start trusting and realizing that those that are now sitting in the seat have to be judged. So you're not there because you're black, because you could be black on the outside and white on the inside. And that means you're still working for the man. Right? So and they do this as well, portray some black guy running everything, and then boom, before you realize it, it's doing the same thing. So we have to start having the effect of our own schools, our own TV companies, our own newspapers, our own online media presence. Everything that they've got, we've got to start reproducing and making sure that we're at the front of it, and making sure that we're pushing the right stories. Only then will we make a change. Only when we've looked around and convinced everybody, most people, or those that really matter, look, we can only make a change when we step up and back each other. Only at that point will I say we can have that effect on our people.
I'd like to add something to what Calhoun said. It comes from one of our parchments, one of our books. It's called Are You Slave Mind, Student Mind, or God Mind? And it asks the question, do you believe that the so-called media's job to keep do you believe that the so-called media's job is to keep the public informed? And it says if your answer is yes, then that's a very scary thought. If an individual's ultimate standard for truth is the mass media information which is disseminated amongst humanity, then we are suffering from slave mind tendencies. So we have to learn to question. We have to learn to have our own books, have our own sources, have our own information about us and who we are as a people. So I agree with everything Calhoun just said.
Your mic's closed. Can you open your mic, please? Hurry, man.
I can be heard. Can I be heard clearly? Is it
You
Yeah.
can
muffled?
be now. Yes, you can.
For your patience? We're going to be bringing up threat casting. Threat casting. And Nurse Hannah, this question is going to go towards you in medicine, right? I want you to just talk about a lot of the threats that people receive and face in medicine and in medicine and pharmacology, right?
So forecasting is a process that looks 10 years out and it uses social science, technical research, and economics to push people to think 10 years to get past the present day and come up with a range of possible and probable threats.
So what we're going to do is when we're looking at threat casting, the importance of threat casting is it's the ability to look 10 years, 20 years into the future, right? And to assess what dangers you might encounter and to put in some contingency plans just in case. And when it comes to a lot of times with racism, it doesn't seem like we do a lot of threat casting. We don't really think about how the system has changed, how it has evolved, how it affects our children, right? So with this video is really quick. It's going to explain threat casting.
Is a process that looks 10 years out and it uses social science, technical research, economics to push people to think 10 years out, to get past the present day and come up with a range of possible and probable threats. And then we get a diverse group of people together to then look backwards and say, how do we disrupt, mitigate, and recover from them? So it allows us not only to look at the problems of today, but think a little bit further out so we can prepare for the problems of tomorrow.
So, Nurse Hannah, your question is on threats, and it's going to start with biblical verse. We're going to bring it up on the screen. We are bringing stuff up on the screen, and it says threats, and it's the question. And it starts with a Bible verse, right? And with this Bible verse, it says Matthew 10, 26 through 32. But don't be afraid of those who threaten you, for the time is coming when everything that is covered will be revealed, and all that is secret will be made known to all. Nurse Hannah, what are some of the threats in both medicine and pharmacology that melanated people face? Let's talk about them drugs.
Okay. So when you look at one of the number one drugs that is used worldwide is oncology drugs. So when you look at access to treatment of cancer, a lot of times people, because let's just say because of their socioeconomic status, whether they have access to health insurance, or if they have money, let's just say money. A lot of times they don't have access to certain treatments. Or if the treatment they have access to is not the number one option. Let's just say they have that for a certain type of cancer, you have 3 options that they could use. Depending on their socioeconomic status, whether they can afford it, if they have access to health care, insurance, then they have access to certain treatments. You find that studies always show that Blacks are more at risk for everything that's bad. Everything. They have a higher risk of dying. They have a higher risk of not having access. And they have a higher risk of not being treated properly, misdiagnosed. So when you look at having access, that's number one. And being treated properly, being seen as, let's just say, human first. You know, and not see their color and not look at what the statistics shows or what their studies have shown. And then you have to look at the trust of Black people towards the healthcare professionals. You know, a lot of times you have people, I was just talking to my son about a situation, and you have a mother who's saying, well, I'm going to talk about this to my pastor first. So she would rather pray a disease away from her child than to trust what the healthcare professions are telling her. And history has shown from time immemorial that healthcare system has not been kind to us as people of color. When you look at the Tuskegee study with syphilis, but men and women and whole families dying for lack of treatment. So all of these things are, it helps aid in that mistrust. So there's mistrust, there's lack of access, and all of this adds to what we as Black people go through on a daily basis. And this places us also in that risk population. When you have that percentage, when you look at our white counterparts, or even, let's just say, our Asian counterparts, we have the highest percentage of that's if it could happen, it'll happen to us.
Thank you so much. You mentioned about the woman saying, you know, she was going to pray it away. Kahun Mantu, how does Well Web help us navigate threats?
Okay, what we got to look at is that when we analyze the society that we're in, and if we're saying, okay, let's look 10 years ahead of what's to come, we're going to see, as my sister was just saying, that, for instance, in the US, great US, it's a pill-popping society. The world is becoming a pill-popping society, so we can expect that this pill-popping society is going to continue, it's going to raise, and more people are going to be doing like the UK is becoming that way too. Everything's a pill, right? That's they're also going over to having doctors who are now going to be online. That's happened already. COVID brought that in. That now AIs are now becoming doctors. So you're going to go online. You don't even know that who you're talking to. But I'm saying, how does Web? Because all of this is part and parcel of gearing us to fall in line to the teaching. Everything is going to be coming at you from online eventually. They're doing it now, and it's good. It's moving to that stage where in 10 years' time, most of our schooling will be done online. Why is this so important? Because Web, you're talking about first you got a religion. What does the religion say? Remember, when we look up the word religion, they would say it means to bind to tie to. You're binding, you're tying to something that's real. You're tying to a culture, the culture that you have, the way of life that you have. So it's setting a trend and a code, if you like, of how we need to be able to process. Because if you're not processing properly, then you're processing with that mind that you've been given, especially when you've been taught online and you don't even know you've been taught by the computers or whoever you've been taught by. You've been taught to process a wrong way. So now you've been taught to process, and your religion is not just sitting there going, oh, I worship the Most High. No, it's about understanding your ancestors and the effect that your ancestors have on you and how they lived and how we need to live. So we're actually doing it here ahead, bringing that way of life back to us from ahead. Okay, so the religion has that for us. What do we have next on the agenda? Education. Through the education, we'll say you're now being educated properly because we've put teachers in place. We've put your religion in place. Your religious teachers are also teaching you, and your teachers are also a part of your religion. So then they're guiding you down the right road, right? What comes after that? Labor. Well done. I thought someone in here would shout, but they were sitting down and going, I don't know. Right? Labor. We're now creating businesses for ourselves, and we're employing those that don't have or don't want to or don't have the way to create businesses. So we're creating a family. Yes?
Okay.
Now we've
Yes,
got
sir.
to also make sure that we secure ourselves. I said it earlier that we did this when we were youths. We police the street. We've got to also make sure that we police our family, our people. We police our area. So we're going to protect ourselves. That's security. Yes.
Yeah.
Next
Yes,
thing
sir.
is what was it? What's the next one? Okay, brothers run out the room. He's run out the room. Okay. He's run out the room. I'm leaving it with him. Okay, so we're at the E again. We're at education. I did education, didn't I? I did it wrong then.
Well,
Right. So yes. So
This is not
economics.
Oz. This is not Shangri-La. We are on a battlefield. And when you look up and you see anybody who might be a suspected race soldier, even 6 blocks away, have your antenna up to not attract attention, just like you would on a battlefield. You're wearing a uniform. Your uniform is your black skin.
What happened there?
And you're not going to attract the attention of a sniper. I mean, there's an enemy soldier over there in the bushes somewhere waiting on somebody like you to come along. Look at it just that way. Yes. Don't do anything to attract attention, because that sniper is going to do what a sniper does. If anybody's been in the Army or seen movies about the Army, a sniper does what a sniper does. He takes your head off.
Yes.
No question. So you got to think like that. You are walking down the street with your black skin, you might attract the attention of a sniper.
Yes.
Think that way, 24/7, all your life. That's going to happen. And when it happens again, it's going to happen again. I don't care how many demonstrations you have, or how many filling stations you burn down. It's going to continue to happen. What you do, you cannot attract that kind of attention. Mothers have to teach their offspring. We're in a war. We are in a war. If you don't know where you are, you're in a war. You're in a war.
Can't tell you, sister.
that video because it talks about the battlefield. So, Calhoun, with everything you were saying, because you were going into how and why does having a way of life help us to be aware that what Neely Fuller stated, our uniform is our black skin, and don't do anything to attract attentions from snipers? How does having a way of life help you not to attract unnecessary attention?
Okay. What we have to understand is when we're saying our uniform is our black skin, you cannot take it off. And when you know you can't take off that skin, then you've got to say, well, okay, I've got to be around and be around people like myself. If you're a soldier, you are in a uniform, and you don't go over to the enemy and sit with the enemy. You don't sit with the enemy because you know that the enemy don't look like you. He's not dressed like you. Know that's the enemy. So by having this uniform, it's going to make you say to yourself, hey, I've got to do right by myself. I've got to make sure that I do right by my brother and my sister. I've got to do right by my people. Because I'm my brother's keeper. So that having that black skin and having that uniform is a way of saying, well, we know everybody else is against us and we got to be for each other. I just put it neat and simple.
That is perfect. Nurse Hannah, I'm going to give you a little bit of this love from Baba Neely Fuller. He stated that mothers need to teach their offspring that we are in a war. How do mothers explain that the battlefield starts in the mind?
With being a mother, we are the first teachers that our children will come in contact with. We teach them different things. We teach them, we potty train them, teach them, help them to walk, to feed themselves. So as a mother, it starts during those young formative years where they are learning. So we have to start with them early. There was a doctor, I hope I can mention this now, Dr. Joseph Robert Love. He believed that young girls, as well as boys, should be educated up to the secondary level. One of his main themes was that the people cannot rise above the standards of its womanhood. So as a mother, your aim when you're teaching your children is to help them understand that you're wearing this uniform for life. You are that little brown boy. My son, when he was doing his medical rotation, he said, Mom, I'm the only brown boy in the class. And so he understood who he was and where he was in the grand scheme of life. And that's what we as mothers, as their first teachers, we have to let them know, you're a beautiful brown skinned baby. You're in a fight for your life and you have to be prepared.
Right. So now we're coming down to the closing minutes, right? Down to the last few video. Can I see everybody's right hand? If possible, raise your right hand. Okay. Kahun Mansu, can you raise your right hand? All right. We're about to play a simulation. And it's called Pass the Baton. And the way it goes, for this first one, the first person to raise their right hand is the first person that can guess who the simulation is talking about. The way it's going to work is you're going to watch a clip. After you watch the clip, you get 15 seconds to guess who received the baton. And then you have 3 minutes to answer the question. There's a question. Once again, watch the clip. Guess who received the baton. 15 seconds. And then 3 minutes to answer the question.
Can I say
Social
something,
media,
please? Can I say something?
Yes, sir.
This is not fair.
Yes, sir.
You know why it's not fair? Because my
Why?
screen is 2 minutes behind or 3 minutes behind. I'm never gonna see it in time. But anyway, let's go.
Well, to make sure that it's fair. If you raise your hand first, go. If you raise your hand first, we'll make sure you get the next one. Whoever doesn't raise their hand first, the second one will automatically go to the next person. Just to make sure it's
I raise my hand. Come on.
Let's bring up Pass the Baton number 1.
he was one of our early admission students.
I raised my hand
That
already.
is, the Ford Foundation had some fellowships in order that the students might graduate before being called to war in the Second World War. And at that time, we had our own early admission powers at the age of 14 and graduated at 18. He stated that George Kelsey and Benjamin Mays changed his mind from being a lawyer to being a minister because he saw in us that preaching could be mentally stimulating and emotionally satisfying. So that's
Who are we speaking to? Who was the baton passed to? Yes, sir.
Who was the baton passed to?
Yes, sir.
Right. Remember, I'm behind you. I still ain't got it on my screen yet. Right. It was passed to Usain Bolt. Guessing. Can I be heard?
The video clip. We had to watch the video clip, and you had to guess who the person was talking about
Okay.
based off the video clip.
I'm just seeing it now. It's just coming up here now. I don't know.
You don't know. Can
No,
we
I
bring up Pal on the answer and the question? Nurse Hannah, you want to take a stab at it? Who do you think it is?
Is that Dr. Amos Wilson?
No.
I see why I didn't raise my hand.
It is coming up on the screen. It's on number 1, answer and question.
Honorable Elijah Muhammad.
No. The answer is Dr. Martin Luther King.
Okay, there you go.
Martin Luther King?
It was Martin Luther King. He got accepted into Morehouse when he was 14 years old. People don't really know that.
No.
He was accepted to Morehouse at 14. He graduated at 18. I was figuring that was the clue. And that actually was Mr. Benjamin Mays. He was very race conscious, and he was one of the mentors for Martin Luther King. All right. Okay, so here we go. I'm going to ask you the question, Calhoun, since you raised your hand first.
Go, let's go.
Okay, so the question is, when it comes to preaching, why should preaching and teaching be mentally stimulating and emotionally satisfying?
For the person preaching or for the person listening?
You pick.
Okay, let's do both. For the person delivering, right? When you're preaching and teaching, it's a thing of I'm delivering a part of me to the public. You see, because as I bring myself across to the public and that energy leaves within me and that energy forms within me and travels to them, you feel the energy reach across and touch them. And as it touches them, it generates the energy within them, and it makes them feel, ooh, as you preaching, and that vibration, because it's a sound, it's a tone, it's what makes them, all of you, send a portion of them within you. And as that teaching goes across, and they receive it, then you see the light in their eyes as their eyes say, hey, I see what you're trying to say, and I feel what you're trying to say. I experience it, that experience that you're trying to put across me. So now we become like one. And the preaching and that teaching now makes that person have a better understanding of what you're doing or what you're saying, so that they can now take it and put it on themselves. I pray I've made it clear.
Yes, you did. It says preaching, liberation theology and preaching can serve as an elevating catalyst for spiritual renewal and social change, right? And so thank you for that answer. We're wrapping on up. We're going to go ahead. I'm assuming you got the next pass the baton, Nurse Hannah, since Colin raised his hand already. So we're going to go to pass the baton. Number two. This is all you. They're going to bring it on up. Watch the video and then guess.
Man of many professions, was born on October 2, 1839, in Nassau, Bahamas. Throughout his life, he lived, studied, and worked in various countries, including the Bahamas, the United States, Haiti, and Jamaica. Love started his career as a teacher in the Bahamas, then transitioned to becoming a clergyman in the Episcopalian Church in Florida. In 1880, he became the first black graduate of the University of Buffalo in New York, where he obtained a medical degree. He then moved to Haiti, where he served as a rector of an Anglican church in Port-au-Prince, as well as one of the government's medical officers. Love was a great admirer of Toussaint Louverture, one of Haiti's founding fathers, and met African-American abolitionist Frederick Douglass during his time in Haiti. After a decade in Haiti, he moved to Jamaica in 1889 and established the influential newspaper, Jamaica Advocate. Through the paper, Love advocated for better living conditions for Jamaica's black population and promoted access to education for all, including girls. He published 2 books in the 1890s and was later elected to the St. Andrew parish seat in Jamaica's general elections in 1906. Love served in various government positions, including as the chairman of the St. Andrew Parochial Board and as a Justice of the Peace in Kingston, the Kingston General Commissions, and as a Walmers trustee. Unfortunately, Love's political career ended in 1910 due to his declining health, and he passed away on November 21, 1914.
We just heard his name, right?
Nurse Hannah. All right.
Yes.
Who is the video talking about?
Dr. Joseph Robert Love.
Right. That's who it was talking about. But he passed the mic. He passed the baton. He passed the baton to somebody.
Yes, to Baba Marcus Garvey.
That is the correct answer.
There you go.
That is the correct answer. It was the Jamaica. The Jamaica gave it away, right? Yeah. Now, your question is simple. Garvey wrote, "One cannot read the Jamaica Advocate," that was the paper that Dr. Love put out that was Pan-Africanist in nature, "without eating race consciousness." Is race consciousness a standard of womanhood? You have 2 minutes.
I'm going to borrow something from Calhoun. You have to be conscious. And then when you look at womanhood, you have to look at who the woman is. Because womanhood doesn't, everybody that's female does not fall under womanhood. So when we look at the black woman or the African, the melanite woman, and her standard of womanhood, and her goal of liberation. In the information that I studied in preparation for this, it talks of one definition that I looked at is back let me make sure I'm saying it right. Back cast. I sometimes go fishing. So he'll stand here, he'll take his rod, aim back, and cast forward. So when you look at womanhood and you look at consciousness, it has to be that back cast. You as a Black woman seeking liberation, not only for yourself, but for your children and those around you, those that you come in contact with on a daily basis. That back cast is very important. So it has to be a type of woman and how she views her womanhood. So she's that kind of woman, that conscious woman. Then yes, consciousness is a part of her womanhood. But not every woman falls under that category.
Wrap this segment up. Thank you everyone for staying in as we set the tone and set the stage for the next segment coming up. I'm asking everybody here, think of a Bible verse. Think of a Bible verse that kind of summarizes what you want people to know as you leave. So as we get ready to leave, my Bible verse is James 4:7. All right. Submit yourselves to the Most High, resist the devil, and he will flee from you. Nurse Hannah, you have next. What is a Bible verse?
Okay, so I have two. I'm going to be very quick. One is 2 Timothy 1 verse 7. It says, "For God has not given us the spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind." And the next one is Luke 11:9-11. "And I say unto you, ask, and it shall be given you. Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and it shall be open unto you. For everyone that asketh receiveth, and he that seeketh findeth, and to him that knock, it shall be open. If a son shall ask bread of any of you that is a father, will he give him a stone? Or if he asks a fish, will he give him a serpent?" That's me.
Amen. Calhoun, please close out with a Bible verse, please.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Your turn.
I'm looking at, and it reads, "And after the angel come down from heaven, having a great power, and the earth was lightened with his glory, and he cried out in a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great has fallen. It has fallen and become the habitation of devils, and the hold of every foul spirit, of every unclean, hateful bird." So I like this because it reminds me that you've got to get out of this place that we're in. Don't feel it's a place that we want to stay in, place that we need to live in. Do what we have to do. We got to get back home. Africa is where we got to go.
With that, in my mind, I hear the background music. Da-da-da-da. Thank you for joining us for African Holocaust Month, everyone. Here comes the commercial. See you in the next segment.
Namaste.
Namaste.
does one group of people subjugate another? You subjugate a people by telling them their science is superstition, their faith is heresy, and their wisdom is make-believe. They called the American Indians savages, and they called us, well, what didn't they call us?
I got it, okay?
No, you don't get it. From the moment you are born, you are so thoroughly indoctrinated by the insanity of Western European worldviews, you can't bear to see yourself the way nature would have you. And you scoff at us and our superstitions. Well, those superstitions are in fact tributaries leading to rivers and oceans of truth about what you really are and who you might have been. Does one group of people subjugate another? You subjugate a people by telling them their science is superstition, their faith is heresy, and their wisdom is make-believe. They called the American Indians savages, and they called us, well, what didn't they call us?
I got it, okay?
No, you don't get it. From the moment you are born, you are so thoroughly indoctrinated by the insanity of Western European worldviews, you can't bear to see yourself the way nature would have you. And you scoff at us and our superstitions. Well, those superstitions are in fact tributaries leading to rivers and oceans of truth about what you really are and who you might have been. There's one group of people.
One day in a Houston neighborhood, a black man by the name of King Davis was walking through his apartment complex with his baby son on his neck. No big deal, right? People do that all the time. Well, as he was doing that, he said a bunch of police officers drove up on him, right? And he says he didn't think it had anything to do with him because he hadn't done anything. And he said in the process, his baby son was waving to the police officers, and shortly after that, they ran upon him, snatched his son off of his neck, put a gun into his back, and brutalized him, all while saying that his
Good afternoon, good evening, peace and blessings to you all, and namaste. Welcome to African Holocaust Month 2024. This year's theme is the Information Holocaust. And we are in our final week. We are on week 4. The information attack, the virus that destroys. I just want to say thank you to Dr. Ford. Very, very, very enlightening session. Konmon Tuta and Sister Cherise Hannah for a very thought-provoking first segment. So let us get cracking. I'd like to, who's up? Are we up now? Our guests for this segment 2. First of all, my name is Aaron Ma'at, and I'm going to introduce our presenters for this second segment. This second segment is going to focus on our destiny is up for grabs. And before we start our conversation, I would just like to introduce Elder Owen Burroughs. How are you, sir?
We're doing well. You're breaking up for me. I don't know if you're clear for everyone else, if it's just my side. Namaste, I'm doing well, Kim.
Let me see. Koan Tefnut, Namastu, can I be heard?
Namastu, Arimat. Yes, you can be heard.
Am I breaking up?
You're clear for us.
Okay, all right. We'll take our time, Elder. We'll take our time. So for the purpose of those who are new to our show this year, can we introduce ourselves? Elder Owen Burroughs, would you like to introduce yourself, please? Okay, he's jumped out. Koan Tefnut, I know this is your second time to African Holocaust Month 2024. Would you like to just have a brief introduction to yourself?
Okay, thank you. Yes, I will. My name is Kahun Tefnut, and I am one of the pastors that's in the UK branch of the Holy Coptic Church of the Black Messiah, as I said, in the UK. And I've been here for now, 2, 3 years as a pastor. Could be a little bit longer. before that, an emissary, just, working amongst the brothers and sisters on a missionary work. And all in all, I think I would say I've been here maybe, nearly 30 years, helping community works, doing a lot of community works, charitable works. And so, yeah, this is another segment to the path that I'm on to, hopefully greater things.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Okay, so let us roll on to this conversation. So our theme today for this particular segment is our destiny is up for grabs. I think we'll have a conversation, Cohen Tefnut, until Elder Owen jumps back in. Yeah. I want it to be a conversation. Yes. I just like I like to flow with my guests.
All right. I hear you.
Elder Owen Burroughs, are you back? You're back?
I can be heard. I'm ready to go.
Excellent, excellent. I know this is not the first time for you on the show, but could you just give a brief, just tell us about yourself, sir?
Well, I'm a husband and father of two wonderful daughters. I live from the Bahamas. I work in Kingston, Jamaica, and I'm presently in Cali, Colombia. I love being a tonist. I love sharing this word and this lifestyle. And I love the topic which we're speaking about today during African Holocaust Month, and I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, sir. So as I said to Cohen Tefnut, we're going to have a conversation. So I'll be bouncing around. I'll be bouncing around, but when I pose the questions, please feel free to jump in if you'd like to jump in and add to the question. Okay.
Okay.
So the theme of segment number 2, our destiny is up for grabs. And what I like to do, I like to kind of lay the table, first of all, for the purpose of the audience in terms of the context and the direction we're going to be going in over the next, I would say, 45 minutes, okay? So I like to delve into words and meanings first, okay? So, and again, for the purpose of the audience and the purpose for the speakers, so we're all on the same page here, okay? So when we look at the topic, our destiny is up for grabs, and we speak about destiny. And when we're looking at the definition of destiny, we speak about events that could happen in the future. But it also could be looked at the hidden power believed to control future events or fate of individual, of a group of people. But when we look now at the statement up for grabs, this is what we're going to be focusing on today, up for grabs. So it could imply available for anyone, yes, to unclaim or to claim, yes. It also alludes to something being thrown in the air for anyone to grab or catch. So when we're looking at our destiny, is it up for grabs for anybody to grab? What is our destiny? So what I want to talk about first, one of my first questions, first of all, is, so when we're speaking about destiny, are we then as melanated people free to choose and have control over our destiny? Simple question.
Who's that out to? Anyone?
It's only you that here, Contef.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. We're a little bit behind. So on my screen, it looks like there's 3 of us here.
Okay. I mean, right. Elder Owen, he will jump back in as soon as he can.
All right. So
yeah. So are we really free to choose? And do we have control of our destiny?
Great questions. All right. So are we free to choose? That word free. Yes. I think that word, I believe, and I know, and we know, that word free is a little bit of an illusion with regards to that freeness. Yes, we're free to roam within the confines of a box, as they say. We're free to move about as long as we're within what we've been given. And that can be anywhere between home, work, and your environment, your community. That can be anything between your mind, your community, and work. It's all set out. But because we're allowed to move without asking, we believe it's a free space for us to do whatever we want. But you try to step out of that space, and then you're going to find some restrictions. How so? For example, if there was in the UK a group of young black males who wanted to go into business, and then what happened was they went into business and they put themselves, their building or their office, in an area which is predominantly used by older white gentlemen, let's say, or your white collar gentlemen. So as they were working and doing their business, there came complaints, there came, oh, there must be doing something wrong, there must be, as in unlawful, there must be doing something that is not so good, can they be investigated, and all these complaints from office workers from around from around the area. They had made so many different complaints that, you had not so much the police, but there was like the police who came down to investigate what their business was, what they were doing. And it shows you, and it went on. Eventually, they found nothing wrong with them. But because they received so much harassment trying to be in that area of London, that they eventually just moved the office. It was just easier for them to just move the office. So when you look at that freeness, they were free to put their office wherever they want. However, when they did, they found that those who predominantly worked in that area said, no, you don't belong here. Why are you here? You must be drug dealers. You must be doing something wrong, because people of your color, your age, don't do business like how we do business. And that's just one example. So when we say, oh, are we free? No, you're free within the confines of the environment that's given to you. That's where you're free. And the second part of your question, could you just repeat again for me, please?
So the second part to that is, so in relation to free to choose and have control over our destiny, bearing in mind when we speak about destiny, events that could happen in the future, the hidden power believed to control our future events.
Okay.
Do we have control over our destiny, the destiny?
We have control as much as we allow ourselves to have control. So do we have control over the foods coming in? What do we call that? Do we have control over it? No, we don't really. Do we have control over what come the imports and the exports? No, not really. Do we have control? Do we have our own supermarkets that we can decide what comes in and what comes out and what we're able to buy? No, not really. We don't. Do we have control over the educational system? No, not really. And so if we can apply this to many different aspects of how we live, what affects us, how we, where area that you live in. You go to school, you go to work, you go shopping. Do you control any of those? I'm in the UK. I go to work, I go shopping, my children go to school. Do I control any of those? No, not really. Farming? No, not really. So when we're saying, are we in control of our destiny? If we don't control any aspect of our lives in which we go outside of our homes, then we're not really in control. We're in control of, I will go to the shop and buy my clothes. I'm in control of my children to a degree, but once you just discipline your children, you're no longer in control because the government wants to then step in and they take control. So once we give up a certain aspects of our life or allow a dictatorship, because that's what it is, into our lives, we then no longer have control. Once we don't control any of those things, we're not in control. Somebody else is in control. We can think that we're in control. I'm in control of my own life. Nobody can't tell me what to do or say. Okay, you go out there, see how that works for you. Yeah, take what you want. Take what you want when you want it. And let's see who's in control. Beat your children and discipline them. And let's see who's in control.
So come on, Tefla. Then I think we've actually then ended this segment then. So are you saying then our destiny is up for grabs?
Oh, I'm saying there's certain good chance of us, because I mean, as we go on, I'm sure you're going to ask the questions that's going to, open up the doorways to much more as to why am I saying that? Why would I want to say that? Because I'm sure there's people sitting out there saying, no, I don't agree with Cohen Teflon. I don't agree with what you're saying. I believe I work for myself. I have my own business. I educate my children at home. So I am in control. Okay. But then your children have to go by a curriculum set by the country that you live in. If you're homeschooling, your children have to be at a certain point, at a certain age. At a point, if you're homeschooling. Do you know what I'm saying? There's exams to be sat. Unless you're taking them, once you're on the grid, as we say it, then they control. They, who? Society, government, politicians, politics, they control. So there is more to it than saying I am in control, much more to it, because you as one family, you may control your family. But we're not talking about one family can't conquer the whole, can't conquer the whole world, or can't conquer all of our nation. We need our nation of people to be in control so that we can control ourselves, our legacy, our people, our food, our clothes, what we eat, what we see, what we teach, everything. You understand? We don't need one family or two families who one lives over there and one lives 1,000 miles away. No. And one lives in Korea and one lives in Germany. No. We as a whole need to be in control in order for us, that question to be answered, are we in control? Then we can say as an autonomy, yes, we are. But right now, until we reach that point, no, we're not.
So, Elder Owen, are you back with us, Elder?
Can I have my notes?
Yes. Can I be heard now?
Yes, you can.
Okay, great.
I was posing the question myself, and Cohen Tefnut was having a conversation around the idea of, are we as melanated people free to choose and have control of our destiny? And what I was going to add to that conversation, sorry, Cohen Tefnut, just to throw it back to yourself. What parameters are we talking about here? What are the confinements? What are we talking about? What is it? What are we not in control of? What are the parameters? What are we talking about here?
Okay, so when those parameters that we're talking about innately, and there's two things. Okay, so firstly, what we're talking about is our everyday lives. You have aspects like, let's say, agriculture. We have production of, whatever it may be, clothes, food, water, production, what we produce. We have things like just basic living household things that people depend on, that we depend on, what we need. And you'll find that there's a lot of things that we need, as in need, just basic things that we need, we are not in control of. Because COVID was, COVID was a great example of that. We're not in control. We were told, what was the first thing? There's going to be an epidemic, or there's going to be a nationwide shutdown. We couldn't move. We couldn't move. People had to move before that lockdown came into place. We're not in control of how we move. So most of us, I'm going to talk here, most of us got locked into the UK, in London and different parts of the UK. Some, some people may have got locked down in USA and in some of the Caribbean, wherever it may be. Wherever that lockdown was filled, we weren't in control. We couldn't move. You had a passport that was useless because you can't go nowhere.
Okay. Question, Quantify. Are we talking about racism, white supremacy here?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay. So that is the controlling force that we are referring to. That's the confinements we're talking about. Yeah.
That's
all right. I just want to, just for the purpose of the audience here, Elder Owen, over to you quickly. So
yeah.
I gave a definition. I'm not sure if you heard in relation to destiny. an event that could happen in the future. Hidden powers believed to control future events or fate. Okay. So I'm kind of laying the table right now. So when we are looking then, this going on from what Contefla is saying, that perhaps we're not really in control. And these controlling forces then we're referring to is framed around racism, white supremacy then. So then over the last few weeks, we've been speaking about liberation. Yes. We've been speaking about our babies and bubbas that are part of the pieces of the puzzle. Yeah. For our liberation. Yes. So then when we're talking about our destiny is up for grabs then, and this looking at liberation then, is destiny linked to liberation? Is liberation linked to destiny? Is less destiny linked to fate? Well, are we, based upon common Tefnut, it's like, well, it's like we are just controlled, we're just confined in this race and white supremacy. What do you say about this?
Well, one of the definitions of destiny, and I'm glad you went over that, but it speaks about sure to come. So there's a surety at play. It speaks about what is to befall any person or thing, not what may befall, what is to befall. So there's some definiteness there. It talks about overruling necessity, sure to come true. You cannot have destiny, true destiny, without liberation. Because destiny means I can predict my future because I have the ability to control things today, which helps me to shape the condition, the future I want tomorrow. Dr. Ford in the previous segment spoke about this system where individuals get together and they analyze threats that can come about. They can now, in real time, do things to mitigate, to reduce the impacts of, or to avoid those perceived future threats. Mm-hmm. That's being able to control your own destiny. Mm-hmm. When you cannot truly affect, predict, control, or create your future as a people, you do not control your destiny. Your destiny is in the hands of others, and they are shaping your destiny. So we are not really a destiny people, because we don't control it. We are more of an option or choice people. We are choosing from options that we've been given. We're living in a big multiple choice exam, and we're just answering based off the options that we've been presented. That narrative has to change. And as we've been speaking about information warfare, it begins first mentally. We have to be able to decipher information, to determine how that information is best for us, because individuals who's operating in their best interest are creating the narratives, creating the misinformation, creating the information that we absorb that allows us to work and to respond as they want us to respond. So we are a part of their destiny because they're shaping the way we act and what we believe and how we respond to situations we find ourselves in.
So, it kind of goes back to what I was asking the question to Colin Tefnut in terms of, as melanated people, are we free to choose? There's degrees then to that conversation in terms of what is freedom of choice.
And what are we choosing from? What are the options of choice? Mm. What are the options of choice? Mm. What are we choosing from? See, we don't have to be confused here. This is a very simple scenario. If we cannot as a people get together and accomplish what the definition of destiny is, we're not in control of it. Mm-hmm. That doesn't mean what happens to our lives is not being controlled by another group or groups of individuals, because the power rests with someone, with some entity, with some force. It doesn't rest with us. This information Holocaust that we're going through is all designed for us to become familiar with the right information, to be able to have information literacy, to be able to determine when we're being manipulated by the media, to be able to determine which information is best for us. How do we take that information and craft it to where it benefits us? Now we can start to speak about moving in the direction of controlling our destiny.
Come on.
With that in mind, I want to kind of roll back a bit and look at then, because when you're looking at your destiny, when you're mapping out your future, the possibilities of your future, what you want to achieve, you also have to need to go back to understand, as Dr. Henry Clark said, we need to understand our history, not just for the knowledge, but to understand what went wrong and how can we actually correct this. Okay, so when we're speaking about our destinies up for grabs and we're looking at it from a historical context, yeah, has the history or our past hindered that path to destiny, and to what degree? Colin Tefnut says, well, all right now, we are not in control. We do not really have that freedom of choice, and you're saying the same thing. So how much of history has had an impact? It has had an impact on that choice, or what we have to choose from. How has history influenced that?
Well, our experiences play a very important role, because in one of the previous sessions we've had, and that's why it's so important for listeners to go back from the very first segment and re-watch them, because they are all lining up to today. Because in the previous section, we spoke about how trauma and how misinformation shapes our inability to trust one another. We don't believe we can work together and achieve things. We seem to think that our ability to self-rule and self-government was so long ago, when it really wasn't. And so the images that we have been given about what success is for a Black person, a melanite person, has been given to us by whom? You see, we have to rethink and redefine what is success from the Black perspective.
Mm-hmm.
When we ruled ourselves, what did we accomplish? We accomplished great feats in medicine and architecture and food security and balancement of the planet and deep spiritual systems and astronomy and studying the stars and predicting the movement of heavenly celestial bodies. We were able to live in peace and discover and display diplomacy and understanding that our differences that did not make us enemies. We understood how to interact with other tribes. It wasn't our way or no way, our way or death. So self-rule and self-governance is tied very tightly to history, to past experiences, to trauma, past successes, and past failures, and how those narratives have been shaped, misshaped, and given back to us. So now we consume, we become a part of that false history, that false narrative that we've been given, and we are now using that to try to propel us into the future. And it will result in disastrous results, because we are not in control of our destiny. Our destiny is up for grabs, but who is grabbing it? Mm-hmm. Are we even a part of the grabbing process? Are we in a position to become a part of the grabbing process? I say today we are not, but these type of sessions that we've been having allows us to set the framework through organizations like the Holy Coptic Church to start to put our individuals, our youth, our minds, our people on the path to fighting to regain our destiny.
Mm-hmm.
The control of that.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Yeah, I love that my brother Owen has spoke about success. Success according to who's success? Who puts that margin to say this is success? And I want to take it because you mentioned history. So what I want to take, and I always take it kind of back a little bit to the children. And I always look at them as an example and look at us as children. I watched a couple of videos of Dr. Jawanza Konjufu. And he talks about, and he wrote a couple of books as well, and he talks about, when those boys and girls, when we send them off to school, and the thing about it is when you say history, it's the same thing happening now. Now, how so? History, this is from he was speaking in the 80s, but we know this is from the 70s because, like myself, or we grew up in a school where predominantly white women were the teachers. When you look today, predominantly white women are still teachers, where they taught boys and girls like ourselves, melanated children, and didn't teach them about their history. Instead, we learned about somebody else's history. Today, that same thing happens. And this is what, 70s? I'm in my 50s, and we're still going on today. This is history. When we look at about boys, we know that girls are mentally maturer than boys. And not to say that that's right across the board. Of course, there's, one or two anomalies here or there, but that's not what we're talking about. Let's look at generalization, right? Boys get bored quicker. Boys are labeled, egotistical, labeled troubled because they always want to fight, labeled so many different names. But what these white female teachers and these educational institutions do not look at is, why do these boys get bored quicker? Why are they so aggressive with each other? They're not looking at their DNA. And we're talking about DNA that's been passed down from their forefathers and mothers. When they reached a certain age, they were given the rite of passage. Today, not many boys today are given the rites of passage. Young boys used to battle with each other, not because they wanted to fight, but because they would show who's going to be the leader, who's got those leadership skills. It was about the testosterone coming to battle. When you look at nature, you see, what are they? Not deers, I can't remember. The animals that buck each other, because it's about, tussling. It's about who's the strongest. And that's how our boys were. That's how they lived. That's how, in tribes, that's how we lived. And it wasn't about, I'm trying to fight to kill. They weren't trying to fight to kill. No, they would see who is the strongest. When it comes to rites of passage, they were sent out. They had to hunt and bring back. Do you understand? So, yes, they're going to get bored quicker in the classroom because you're not teaching according to how they learn. They're not using that right side of the brain. Today is the same thing. Innately, those white female teachers are teaching them from their perspective. So now when we're looking at those young boys who are men today, who are older men, who are teaching their children the same thing, what is success? Because they're trying to pair up to a European way of life, a European theology of this is what it means to be successful. So what happens innately? Those female teachers teach these boys, this is how you should be. Those female teachers have menstrual cycles. They have mood swings. The boys grow up to be the same. They teach them this is what a woman is like because innately that's what they see. Then when they get older, and then the black woman says to me, you're not doing good enough because society, who is mainly white, who they are trying to build up themselves, has told them you're not good enough. And the black female who's trying to work her way up into a white society tells her black husband, you're not good enough. You don't have a job. You don't have skills. You don't have qualifications. You don't. And if he's hearing all that, he then says, well, they accept me. So he innately then in his mental mind, because he's been taught that from a young age, when he entered into that school system, we say, this is how you should be. So then he goes over to the white female because the white female will take him because that's what he will see as his first academic teacher, his first academic person who taught him. So where we need to reverse everything that we've been given, remember, say everything that you've been taught was a lie. You need to then reverse that lie. We need to reverse those teachings. We need to put more black male teachers with black boys and girls so that they can have a role model to look up to. Their success innately says, you need to live up to this white collar gentleman. So now they're saying, well, if that's what we're doing, and these boys who become men then go for success, who want to be in the boardroom, who want to be in corporate, this is how they're bridging that success. What is it today? A house, a car, and a job? That's not what we call success. Do you understand? It was innately our family. This is a success. My children can now reach higher than what I've reached. That's a success. But when we swap over and then we want what the European has, We are, and it goes to your question, giving up. And now it's up for grabs because we're giving up our hair, we're giving up our looks, we're giving up our skin, we gave up our culture. We was taught that somebody else's culture, who is not really a culture, is better than ours. We taught if you want to survive in this world, this is how you must be. So now we've swapped over and we're now taking theirs. So they're saying, oh, you don't want yours? So they will take our African names. They will go to Ghana and Nigeria and become and marry chiefs of those tribes and become the wives of and crazy. They will take our education and give us theirs, and we think that that's important. We no longer teach our children how, according to where we used to live. You're supposed to have up these icons in your house, images, which is why when you go to school, all of their images are up on the wall. They will celebrate everybody else's culture and history but yours. They will say Black history. Oh, now we want to call it, what is it? Diverse history or diverse something. They want to change it. It's no, look, why should we celebrate Black history? Because you've never given these children what they want. You've never given them a sense of pride. So they grew up thinking, I'm not good enough. But if I reach for over there, then that's good enough because they will accept me. So now it's up for grabs. Everybody else is taking what was yours because what? These people now who are adults don't feel proud. They don't feel that their history is pride. Then just I want to close off, but the British government, they took your books. They were one of the ones who took your books and put it into the British Library. And now they want to change the storybooks to show that they weren't the colonizers. They weren't the ones that went in and took your forefathers and grandmothers and they weren't the ones that did that. So when they replace those history books, when they replace those books that these children now today, which are being educated by, now they grow up thinking, well, no, he's all right. They weren't the ones. But what did they do with those books? Took them for themselves and kept them and said, we still have these history books. So you have to become a member of the British Library in order to see those books. And you won't even see all of them. So yes, it's up for grabs.
When we, I like the point
Excuse me, Sister Ahmad, if I may, on this whole point of issue, I'll be very brief.
Okay.
You see, this thing about history, we are under the illusion that history means truth. There was in a military magazine, the Russian government said that history can be manipulated, changed, and rewritten.
Yep.
There is an old Roman tactic called condemnation of memory. This tactic is designed to erase all traces, signs, and rights of a people and all of their inherited property through information warfare. So you have to understand that there is a reason why they don't teach us about us, that we're not mentioned. When they talk about the great scientists and those that achieved, they don't look like us, they're all white. Because they want to practice this Roman tactic called condemnation of memory. It's active, it's global, and it's all planned. This is a system. And now this purpose is to really control resources being our minds, the way we think and operate, our water, our food, our land, all of the minerals we have in the ground. And they do this through mass conscious manipulation. See, when they take information and they can help to shape our reality, to believe a false reality that they create. So now we are acting as they pre-programmed us to act through weaponizing information.
So
and now, yes, and now we seem to think that we're in control, but we're not in control of the resources in Africa. The African nations aren't in control of the resources that are under their feet. They have monetary systems that have been put in place by France, where all of the monetary exchanges must happen in this newly created French money, and it locks and ties these Caribbean nations to them, although they have the resources underfoot. So this information warfare is all about controlling our destiny, to wrestle this from our control and to have it remain forever in the control of them. Now they are battling amongst themselves for that control, and we're not even in the picture.
What I want to kind of shift gears slightly Yeah, but I would like us to just kind of pull things together, because you've touched on a few points here in terms of the historics, the confinements that we have as a people in this racist white supremacist system. And this is not just something that is taking place in the UK, in the Caribbean. This is a global attack, and it falls in line with the theme of this year's information attack. Okay, the information Holocaust. My mind is going like this right now. Right? So I'm going to ask another question, because I want to understand more about the people and the mentality, because liberation is not something that's just popped up. Liberation is made up of people. So we're talking about a mentality of the people, but what we're saying here also, that the effects of racism and white supremacy has affected us in such an intricate way, and as Neely Ford Jr. says, in all areas of people activity, as been mentioned even in segment number 1. The question around our melanated communities' destinies is up for grabs also underscores the idea and the questions perhaps around our vulnerability in this. This is what's happening to us, and some of us don't even realize it's happening to us. But even in our history, during our interruption, there are a number of examples of our resilience to this system. And we touched upon that last week when we were looking at the formula for uncertainty with Carl and Uncle. And we had the discussion around what uncertainty looks like in terms of a range of racist-based outcomes and experiences. This is what we're talking about now with regards to the implications in terms of our destiny is up for grabs. We also spoke about the attack on wokeness, the concealment, cover-up and deception, and a range of war strategies. So do we just give up? That is the question.
That's a question? Okay.
Well, who you want to go first, sis?
Okay, so I would say, do we just give up? Well, we're not. We haven't given up. And you can see right now across the world, Burkina Faso, they're not just giving up. You can see many different people here in the UK, in the USA, these are popping up where they're saying, okay, now we need to, and they realize that, you know what, put the energy and the pride and the anger back in the people, because if you're angry, you're going to do something about it. And it doesn't mean that I'm angry, I'm going to start setting fire to the rest. No, it means I'm angry enough to do something, to make a change. Like there's a lot of homeschoolers now who are getting together. There are a lot of communities, a lot of community leaders who are now saying, standing up. So we don't just give up. No, we keep going, and we have. It's never stopped. It's never gone away. But what they tend to do, who are, you know, those in society that control media, control what goes out. So that's why it's good to have grassroots and have your ears to the ground and be in communities and churches like ourselves, Holy Coptic Church of the Black Messiah, that says, okay, we have a way. Because one of the things is to be aware. We must be aware of what we're dealing with. We must be aware, as we said, we're dealing with information technology. We're talking about information that we're not be prior to. So we must be aware in order for us to deal with it. So these little small pockets of communities that are popping up, or armies or nations that are saying they've never gone away. They've always, and that's why you use the word resilient. We've always been a resilient people because innately it's still there. Now, what we have to do is now stop being the individual, stop being on the onesies, stop being I don't get on with the females, I don't get on with the male. No, we got to cut that. We're not an I, we are a we. And so what you're doing is I'm going to join the bigger we, and then we're going to deal with this. And that's why we don't lie down. We've never lied down. That's why they say, gosh, those people, it doesn't matter what you give to them. They still keep coming. They still keep producing. You know, we gave them famine. They're still coming. So we don't lie down. We gave them AIDS, and it reversed back on us. Whatever they threw out, we're such a resilient people, we keep coming. So we have to use that resilience to our advantage. And we have to make sure that those little people, those churches, those groups, whoever it may be, they're saying, okay, I have a way, I know a way. Let's get together and become a union, or a unity, because many of the bibbies and bubbas have, and you know what, they've all come and they said the same thing. Your strength is in your unity. You put that unity together. You start moving. And that's why one of the reasons why Dr. Martin Luther King said, get off the bus. Since you don't want us on, get off the bus. And when they calculated how much money they lost, they had to switch up quick. How can we come back again? Every time we said, okay, stop buying their hair products, they said, oh gosh, we're losing money. Okay, we've got to switch it up. Let's buy the hair companies. Let's make sure we give them something. Let's put the face of color up in politics. See, there's your black president. See, there's your black politician. See, they switch it up every time but we have to look at the past, look at the history, see the games being played, and continue on the path, and do not stop without any distractions, because they can dangle this carrot, and this carrot, you will never catch it. In fact, we don't even want the carrot, because the carrot is bad. That carrot is bad for you anyway. So we want to make sure that we set up on the path and do not stop until we reach that goal. Nature, when nature comes, look at nature. Nature says, boy, I don't business who you are. When I'm coming, I'm coming. You best get out the way or be on the right side. Do you understand? So we don't just lie down. We get up and we work with nature. We work with ourselves. We work with our people. And we work with us, our environment, our food, our clothes, everything. We have to put back rail, cell, web, as Kahun Muntu spoke earlier on in the first segment. We've got to put back each of those things. And then you're going to see progression. But when we start to say, oh, I don't work with that leader, I don't work with this leader, it's not going to work. So we be aware of the problem, and let's fix it. We've got to put the answers now in place.
Just kind of touching on the point there, just about the mentality of people. Dr. A.J. Varma, I think someone touched on it today already, wrote a book, Slave Mind, Student Mind, God Mind. So when we're speaking about slave mind or the slave mentality, is that one of the biggest obstacles we could say to our liberation and fulfilling our destiny? Elder Owen?
Well, my sister, I just wanted to say that when it talks about this unity that Kahun Tefnut just spoke about, we have to understand that there is a move afoot. I mean, in 2019, there was a ratification of the African Continental Free Trade Area, which was created by the African Union to foster trade and economic activity between African nations. Over 20 nations ratified it, and it's now being implemented, which will also allow for a freer movement of Africans across borders for work, trade, and economic activity. So when you see Africa pushing back against colonizers and asking them to get out and come out of their lands, it shows that we are more than resilient. We're still in the fight and trying to get in a position where we can help to shape our destiny and govern and self-rule ourselves. But this whole thing about mindset, see these areas of people activity called rel, cell, web, is so multi-layered. And I know those that have heard this terminology often or multiple times before may think that they understand it. But each one of those areas of people activity has a strategic, weaponized information campaign targeting it. So every single one of those activities are constantly under manipulation by foreign entities, by oppressors, by those who want to control and rule and govern and preserve their status of dominance over us. So our religion is under attack and being misinformed and mistaught and construed. Our economics, our labor, our sex and gender issues, how we interact between each other, our education, the way we see and achieve justice and law issues. How do we protect ourselves, and under what confinement do we turn the other cheek? How do we defend ourselves? How do we view entertainment? How is entertainment used to enhance or bring us down as a people? What is our political views, and how do we manage in politics? Each one of these are being attacked through information warfare strategically to control our thinking, our beliefs, to put in a situation where we can be controlled through a mass media of propaganda. So this mindset about being a slave mind or a student mind or a God mind is constantly under attack, being shaped to the benefit of those that are holding the destination strings in their hands. Our job is how do we wrestle it back from them?
I want to jump in here, though, Elder, because when we're speaking about melanated people, yes, we're talking about those who reside in Europe, those in the Caribbean, those in the Americas, those on the continent. We've all had a different experience. We've all had a different experience. So when we're speaking about the attack, is the attack the same for everybody, or does the attack adjust itself? Because I'm listening. I'm listening to everything here. But we're talking about a situation, we're talking about billions of people, millions of people with the same mentality, moving in one direction. Is that what we're looking at? Is that our destiny? Is that our liberation? I'm talking this way for the purpose of those who are listening.
We've always
spoken about, Basesh has spoken about this leaderless revolution. There's many leaders. We're speaking about this control. Yourself on content, speaking about the control. But the question is then, what does liberation look like for us on a global level? Or is it a global level of liberation?
It looks like Black people being in control of their resources, their religion, their education, being in control of every level of people activity, and being able to follow those rules and cultures that they deem work best for them, and not being interfered with because they do. See, we have to remember, Russia was allegedly using targeted information warfare to shape the outcome of US elections. They were accused of using social media and doing videos whether they were deep fakes, in other words, videos where there were individuals speaking and moving and that were erroneous and that were put together, misappropriating or misusing information to get a desired result. These are scientific operations designed to get individuals to respond a certain way to the benefit of those that are manipulating that information. So these individuals will target, for example, the Caribbean island differently than they will target people that live in Atlanta. But the results are the same. They want to divide, they want to confuse, they want us to doubt and mistrust. So when we start to doubt the information and fear cripples in, we now put ourselves in a fetal position where others can step in because we've been scared to inactivity. So this whole thing about the type of mindset we are to have is a mindset for liberation. Is it allowing us to rule and control our own selves and destiny and resources? And if any entity, I don't care how Black it is, that is not aligned to that is an enemy of liberation, is anti us controlling our own destiny.
Then Elder, when we're talking about destiny, I'm sorry if I'm sounding like a broken record here.
Let's go, no problem.
When we're talking about destiny and we're talking about up for grabs, are we talking about every melanated person on this planet?
We're talking every person on this planet. Some group of individuals is controlling everything. Why is it that France...
The liberation of our people, is it for everybody? Do we all need to be on the same page?
No, we don't all need to be on the same page, and not everyone is going to buy into the liberation message. Okay. It's for those that, Basesh says, those that can embrace it in this way, that need it and can embrace it in this way. That doesn't mean that there's another organization fighting for liberation with a different strategy,
Okay.
with a different template of achieving that liberation. Then they are brothers. You see? But the thing is, when you have a country, for example, like France, that makes hundreds of billions of dollars off Africa and then reinvest 3 billion a year in aid, there's a serious disparity there. You don't have the control over your destiny. So the destiny is, I cannot control anything myself. That's what's up, and that's up for grabs, not just us versus our oppressor, but even within the ranks of the oppressors, the world leaders, they're grappling and battling, right? You have the United Nations, and you have the G7 and G8, you have BRICS now with Russia and China and Brazil coming together, trying to usurp power from America and its allies post-World War II, what they were able to do with having the US dollar and their system, which allowed those countries and nations and allies of the US to gain world dominance and control. Now we see BRICS coming into play, want to introduce their own bank so that they can lend money to nations, not just through the IMF or the World Bank, but through the BRICS Bank. So there's a battle going on between these entities. We're not a part of it. Yes, we may have South Africa and some other nations and African nations that are seeking admittance. But for the most part, we know that BRICS is really dominated by Russia and China, and mostly China. So these countries and these nations and these entities are even battling amongst themselves for destiny of the world. You understand me? So we have to understand that this battling, there are multiple forces fighting for this control and fighting amongst themselves. We need to take our control of our own destiny back, get to ourselves where we can manage our own selves and lead ourselves in control and teach our children and be able to live in our lands and follow our religious systems, and let them battle amongst themselves. I mean, when you look at what Israel is doing in Palestine, and I'm not here to defend any nation, but this shows you what the intent of these nations really are. It's all about control. America will defend Israel even when the United Nations says Israel is committing war crimes. They're committing genocide. What they're doing is not right. They're bombing in their hospitals. They're committing war crimes and all of this stuff. They need to reduce the amount of weapons that are being sold or stop selling Israel weapons. America goes against it and continues to supply weapons to Israel, right? They continue to support Israel. Why? Because Israel represents a strategic location for America to benefit financially in its pursuit to control the flow of resources and trade. That they must have a power base in the Middle East. They used to have Saudi Arabia and Iran. The civil war caused Iran to fall away, that pillar, the second pillar of that two-pillar system. So the US stepped in and propped up Israel, and now Israel is like a US war base. Everything now is happening from Israel. Israel is attacking Iran. Iran is America's probably #1 enemy. So we have to understand that there are things at play, but when you don't have media literacy, when you don't have information literacy or data literacy, you can see stories splashed upon your TV screen. You can see it on Instagram and WhatsApp in the palm of your hand, but you can't connect the dots. We have to understand that it's all about power and control and dominance. Follow the money, follow the resources, and we will understand more how this all relates to us and where we fit in this globe, in this international struggle for the destiny of Black people.
You touched on something in relation to religious identity. Colin Tefn, I would like to ask you this question. So how do we interpret the role, or how do we see the role of the religious identity when we're looking at our destiny and we're looking at our liberation? what does that look like? What is the purpose? What is the role of the religious identity? Sorry, I think your mic is on mute.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat the question again?
Yes, so Elder spoke about, he touched on briefly religious identity. Yes. And I wanted your take on this in terms of, what is the role of religious identity when we're speaking about the topic of the day, our destinies up for grabs? What is the role? What is the purpose of religious identity when we're thinking about our liberation?
The role of the religious or your own religion today, the purpose of it is to be the foundation, is to help you maneuver as one group, one people, one nation. The purpose of it is to lean back on it to help to propel you and keep propelling you forward, to drive you. So if you identify with your own religion, you identify with your own images, you identify, then you see yourself as a place somewhere. Do you understand? Now, when you don't see that, then you're going to align with everybody else's. So now, innately, you're going to separate. And that's what the whole purpose of what they wanted to do, is to separate you, scatter you, so your energies were scattered in places where they could utilize it. But if you have your own identity, which most, if not all other cultures have, they all have something that represents them. They will use that religion for their benefit. And so you look at the Japanese, the Chinese, you look at even the European. Do you know, you go to court, you swear on the Bible, and so they all have theirs. So that actually helps you with a sense of pride, a sense of energy, a sense of strength, because your God, your most high heavenly one, is backing you. This is what's going to help us. So it's important to put that in place, because if not, then it goes with the old saying of, what's the old saying? If you don't fall for something, you'll fall for anything. Am I getting that right?
I think so.
Right? So we don't want to fall for anything. We don't want to fall. We want to make sure we're standing in strength, because that's your religion. That's your foundation. That's the grounds you stand upon. That's your discipline. That's your order. Where do I go when I want to do? You turn to your religion. Your religion will guide you through, as you've seen with other cultures. So they want you and your energy to stand in their position with them to help push them forward. So it's really, really important to see your religion in your own identity. That is being put back in place now. We are a Holy Coptic Church of the Black Messiah. We are one of the groups, many groups, that's saying, okay, no longer is it about somebody else's identity, it's about you, So that is really important. In some of the schools, some of the religious schools, just to close off, they're actually saying to in Catholic schools, I know that this has been done, is that in one of the religious education topics of their classes that they're taking, they're actually telling children, well, we know that Jesus was black. We do know that, but some people just interpret it as another color. So what does that say?
So for the purpose of our audience, our listeners, this is African Holocaust Month 2024, the Information Holocaust, and this is our final week, week 4, the information attack and the virus that destroys. So as we start to close out, come on, Tefnut and Elder Owen, what are your closing thoughts for this section?
Elder Owen,
can you repeat that question, please, sister?
What are your closing thoughts, Elder Owen, as we close out?
All right, great. Well, you just led with something that's very interesting, religion, just now. And religion is so important because religion, for example, and evangelicism shapes U.S. foreign policy. I mean, the evangelicals, they want to see Armageddon come about, which ushers in the second return of Christ and the rapture. So they are all supporting Israel in this war because they're hoping it can lead to an Armageddon situation. They are leaning on the U.S. governments and their leaders to continue to support Israel. When you look at how many former presidents had ties to the evangelical mystery of spiritual system, or were evangelicals themselves, you can see the fingerprint of this spiritual system of Christianity all over U.S. foreign policy. So religion is embedded in all of these because it gives these peoples, these individuals, the moral authority. When you tie your actions to your religion, you now assume the moral right from your perspective that you're doing God's will. I mean, they thought it was morally right to enslave Christians. It was sanctioned by the church to enslave Africans, right? So this whole thing about information is about how can we reshape the way individuals act and respond, which can become predictable based on the data we're feeding them, so that we can put them in a position where we can usurp their power and their resources and maintain, control, and increase our dominance. And that includes everything from population control. If they understand that their populations are declining, that can result in a slippage of power. So they must do everything and they can to adjust and correct those population numbers. When you look at the map and you see the countries in the world that are declining population everywhere in the world, and you look at the countries that are growing exponentially, some in double digits in the world, the African and melanated lands, then you can understand why is there such a push towards this LGBT lifestyle? Why is there such a push towards incarcerations? Why are they trying to remove the black man off the scene to limit the ability to procreate? Why is there mass famine and the flooding and all of these things that are happening to reduce numbers? Because there's strength in those numbers, like Kahun Mantu said. So we have to understand in my closing comment that everything we see is information. Everything we hear is information. We must now develop the information and the literacy to be able to decipher, interpret that information, and then respond with the appropriate action. And we have to be taught, find someplace where you can be amongst individuals of like mind that will offer an environment so that you can gain the literacy you needed on all levels of people activity, so that you can be a part of regaining and restoring the control of our destiny, rather than someone on the sideline scared, complaining, or angry about what's going on. Be angry enough, as we say in the Holy Coptic Church, to do something about it. Namaste.
Thank you, Elder Owen. Thank you for that. And your last closing thoughts, Cohen Tefnut?
We have to put the melanated family, the black man and the black woman, back on the helm where it was before. We first and foremost have to put that back, okay? Because we have become a people that's put money and nakedness and raving and clubbing above the black family. We have to put that back in place, the mother back in place and the father back in their place. And once we put that, and now the family becomes the most important thing, rather than everything else, the somebody else's success, somebody else's dress wear. And we have to then look at how we were, put those things back in place, and we have to make sure that everybody in that family reads every day. Read. We're talking about information technology. We've got to read. Right now, our children scroll, and they scroll through YouTube and scroll, and they can't even sit through programs longer than 20 minutes, 30 minutes. So we got to get them to read. We got to change the mindset. You spoke earlier on, will everybody have that mind? No, everyone's not going to have that mind. Because as the book written by Dr. A.J. Varma says, some are going to be slave mind, some are going to be student mind, and some are going to be what? God mind. Do you understand? So there's going to be those different, and we've got to be able to put that back in place. We've got to be able to make sure that, once we read every day, we be aware, and then we say, okay, so if I've got a broken leg, how do I fix it? Do you understand? So once you put the family back, once you then start to work towards our resources, how do we control? So, you know, it's not going to be my family. We're not going to be in charge of the resources, but our nation of families, our tribes, putting back, are going to start to work towards those resources, those foods. We've got to stop putting on clothes that have chemicals in them, chemicals which they innately put in the clothes, which is affecting our hormones, affecting how we think, affecting how we act. We've got to take off those clothes, right? Because all the food, the plastic food, we've got to stop eating the plastic food. And everything, once you start putting one by one, the RELSA, the religion, the education, the entertainment, once you start putting all those things back in place, you can think properly. When you can think properly, you act properly. When you act properly, now you're going to go for the things that's really important to every single nation, especially us, that's more profitable for us. And then eventually we will have a seat, the League of Nations, United Nations, as we're supposed to, speaking for us rather than having anybody else speak for us. And that, it will help us to be a liberated community, nation, tribe, and family. Then we'll be a force to be reckoned with. And as it says in the book of Numbers, once those people spoke their own language, nothing can be held from them. That's what we got to do.
Just want to say thank you, Colin Tefnut. Thank you, Elder Owen, for your contribution to this segment. And as we come to a close, let us reflect over the ideas that's been presented here today by our two presenters, and for the idea that, yes, is definitely up for grabs. If we sit aside and don't do nothing, it's now for us to forge together, stand together on a path of collectiveness towards our liberation and for our destiny. Thank you. This is the end of my segment, African Holocaust Month 24, the Information Holocaust. Good night.
Anecdotal evidence and some police figures suggest there's been a huge rise in cases of racist abuse in the wake of the UK's referendum.
I've been here longer than you have.
There's a very strong view, which you see in the newspapers, about the racism is mainly due to people in left behind communities who feel marginalised, who feel disadvantaged, and therefore it's a problem of people without resources. For us, it's too simple to say that racism is a product of class divisions and it's people who are more working class who are racist. We think it's also to do with fractures within more privileged groups. And really we need to understand what's happening at the top of the society if we're to understand how these politics are being shaped up.
Is that with nation came responsibility. And that's one of the reasons why we run away from nation building. Because it's going to mean that we got to be responsible, that we got to be accountable to ourselves, and that we got to look at how we treat each other. You see? But right now, we can blame anything bad on Yoruba, on the white man. Because we don't have our own structures of responsibility and accountability.
There are people who are desperate to be given a reason to attach themselves to the mainstream again. Or sometimes it's old affiliations that people just can't let go of. You know, I think difficult though it is, we more or less have to let go of everything that we were attached to before. The thing people have to understand is this is all deliberate. However awake you think you might be, however aware of the agenda you think you might be, you need to understand that they will try and suck you back in. They will try and put things out to draw you back into their paradigm. And the most important thing we all have to do is to stay really true to our principles and not lose sight of who the enemy are.
This historic neighborhood, founded by freed enslaved peoples, is more than 180 years old and was one of America's first thriving Black communities. It's located in Brooklyn, New York, and today it's known as Crown Heights. Do you know the area's original name?
Not Leakesville.
Weeksville?
It
No.
is Weeksville. Congratulations.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So, Uchi's like, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it. So the area was named after John Weeks, a black man from Virginia who bought the plot of land 11 years after slavery was abolished. By the 1850s, more than 500 residents lived in Weeksville, and many of the black men in the area owned homes in order to pay taxes on them. Paying taxes was the only way minorities could qualify to vote. Weeksville had its own churches, a school, and a black newspaper that taught formerly enslaved people to read. By the 1930s, gentrification took hold, and the area was absorbed into a very rapidly changing...
The pressure's a little high. There's something new that should help you out. It's targeted to African Americans.
What kind of studies you talking about? I've had white people lying to me for 60 years.
You think this is a tan?
You think they tell you everything?
Trouble with us black folk. We can't tell the difference anymore between racism and everybody gets screwed.
Well, how about them cheap meningitis drugs they pawning off in Africa?
That's just greed. You were here yesterday.
I didn't feel that Oreo's prescription.
On the theory that you didn't trust him because he's black.
I'm not buying into no racist drug, okay?
It's racist because it helps black people more than white people?
Look, my heart's red, your heart's red. And it don't make no sense to give us different drugs. I'll see another doctor.
Fine. I'll give you the same medicine we give Republicans. I told him it was the white stuff. I gave him the black stuff. So you just lied to us. Every slave master thought they were doing the black man a favor. The Negro can't take care of himself, so we'll put him to work. Give him 4 walls, a bed. We'll civilize the heathen. I'll tell you what, stop doing us favors. If you're right and we end up back in the jungle with lousy blood pressure medicine, it won't be on your head.
Said that we have to get rid of them because they're harming the African people, that the misinformation is harming the African people. Let me ask you guys here, everybody who's listening to me, do you believe for half a second that the United States government is worried about the welfare of African people? Leave it in the comments. Because that's what Blinken was saying. I'm looking at this and saying to myself that, oh wow, that's much bigger than anything that you could accuse somebody of at this point, especially a media network, is that you're actively working as a propaganda arm of the arch enemies of the United States. What more is there? You've got to go as far as America is concerned. But this is the key question that you've got to ask yourselves, guys. Do you believe that? Where is your evidence that this is the truth?
African Stream is officially banned on every platform.
We have finally gotten social media outlet, a platform that is there to educate us, to now know who we are. A platform that has given us the voice to talk, to be heard. It is causing propaganda. Against who? Anytime African is doing something good, they find something to target. Do we not have the right to also voice out? We to always sit down, listen to what you feed us with. We are in the 21st century. Things will definitely change.
Natural hair is curly and coily hair that is untreated by chemicals or heat and can be styled with or without extensions. The term natural hair has specific and significant cultural meaning with Black communities. It is used in reference to hair textures most commonly associated with Black. The New York State Department of Education is in charge of creating the lessons taught in beauty school. Hairstylists are required to complete 1,000 hours of cosmetology school training, about 9 months, and spend roughly $20,000 just to obtain a license that is not inclusive of natural hair. Shocking, right? Not only is this anti-Black discrimination, but hairstylists who lack natural hair training are missing out on good business.
That when we talk about certain type of oppressions, people don't believe us. It's one of the things that we always say. It's like no one believes us, no one believes our story. Well, now the thing that horror allows us to do is to invite people into a space willingly on their own accord and to listen and to digest a story. Then when we tell them the realities of what it's like to be Black in a predominantly white spaces, and we talk about police brutality, and we talk about what it's like to feel like we're being haunted and constantly watched, then the stories become more relatable and the fear becomes more palpable.
And seeing more Black death, and I think everyone's been really galvanized in this moment to say kind of enough is enough is enough. The reason why we say that when we're marching, say his name, say her name, it's important to just keep remembering that these are people.
Welcome back. This is Holocaust Month 2024, the informational Holocaust. And we have a couple of guests that will be joining us today. Our speakers will be the illustrious Basesh, Dr. A.J. Varmer, and the beautiful, lovely Sister Zandi Maliki. So we're just waiting for them to join us so that we can proceed. Welcome. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Y'all look wonderful today. Would y'all just take a moment? We'll start with our beautiful sister Zandi and tell us a little bit of what you do so the audience who are just joining us today on this last day of the African Holocaust Month will know who you are and how they can reach out to you in your endeavors.
My name is Azadi Maliki, also known as Azadi Ashanti Ali. I am the host of the Righteous Joes podcast, also author of the book Repletion of Power. And I'm just delighted to be here today for this last day. I'm more honored, not so about, any of my accolades, but to be sitting here with our great leader and teacher of today, Reverend Dr. A.J. Varma, also known as Basesh Haruhotep. Anytime he graces us with his presence, and even just to share space with him is such an honor for me, and I'm just humbled by this experience. So that's what I got.
Yes, ma'am. And Dr. Varma, we all know you, we all love you, and we all honor you. Thank you for being in our presence today. So I'm gonna give you a moment to add anything to your list of accolades, which are so many, that you would like for the audience to know.
I would say to everybody listening around the world, my greatest accolade is to have students who are willing to study this as you all have, not just during International African Holocaust Month, but throughout the year. The level of study that those who are students of the Holy Coptic Church of the Black Messiah, students of Batonism, the level of study that people like Elder Owen Burroughs or the Right Pastor Horace Wright or Sister Minavizia Eri Ma'ad or Sister Diana Powell or Dr. Nicole Ford or Sister Azadi Ashanti Malinki or yourself, Sister Angel Muhammad Kennedy or Kennedy Muhammad. I don't want to mess it up. So many people and so many names I couldn't even say. That's my greatest accolade, because any teacher who's worth their weight in anything, as the great Dr. Henry Clark, Baba Henry Clark taught, the goal of a teacher is not to be praised by the student. The goal of the teacher is to see the students master the information in such a way that they're able to take it forth when said teacher is no longer there. So that to me is the greatest of accolades, is to see that we started this Holy Coptic Church of the Black Messiah, born forth out of the Nubian Islamic Hebrews, out of Bushwick. We started back in 2002. And, in 22 years, to see people from all walks of life come to this space, to this moment, to this place, that to me, and now to see it all across the world, throughout the Caribbean, Jamaica, Trinidad, Tobago, Bahamas, Turks and Caicos, to see it in Tanzania and Sierra Leone and Liberia, Nigeria, and South Africa, to see it in South Carolina, Greenville, North Carolina, Charlotte, New York, Philadelphia, Connecticut, DC, New Jersey, Illinois, Texas, California, to see it throughout Europe and in the United Kingdom, to see it in all of these places, and to see that African Holocaust Month was started as an idea to make Black folk have to remember globally that there's a system of oppression and ignorance that still reigns, and that it's still massacring our people. It's still performing a genocide on our people. And to see people who may have initially been uninterested in the subject, to suddenly now everyone's talking about it. Everyone's beginning to say, wait a minute, this has traction. So to me, that's the greatest of gifts or accolades, if you want to say. That would be my greatest moment.
Thank you, Dr. Varma, for that. Well, we're going to jump right into it. And as a student of the great Dr. A.J. Varma, we always do research. So we're going to start with a research article. And we're going to talk about the effects of slavery because we are in African Holocaust Month and we must never forget it is a sensitive subject. So, for our listening audience, it's a learning and sensitive, but it's a must, a necessary discussion. And if you could, our listening audience, if you can hit that like button, you hit that like button on QT streaming on YouTube. Hit that like button to let us know that you like these programs so that we can continue to do the work to liberate our people. Now, there's an article by author Karima Medea, dated February 21st, 2023. And the article's title is, What is the Residual Impact of Slavery on Africans, or indigenous, as we like to say, people's mental health? And in this article, it spoke about, even though we're 5 to 6 generations removed from the horrors of slavery, that it still impacts indigenous people today. I would like to start with our lovely sister Azandi. In what ways do you see how slavery has impacted our community?
Well, thank you for the question, Sister Angel. And there are so many ways in which slavery has impacted our community. But just to start with the basics, I think we have to understand that we have this residual outcome or residual behavior of fear, false evidence appearing real. And so when we look at how fear has impacted us, fear makes us stand in a position where we're too afraid to stand up. We're too afraid to rise up. We're too afraid to put forth the efforts because we already feel as if it won't work. We already feel as if we're not going to be seen, or we're not going to be heard, or even if I do everything that you all said for these last 4 weeks, how can I really see that as being progress for me in my life and that of my offspring? So fear already puts you in a disposition to not try. And when you don't try, you then just by default fall into the information holocaust and you become a part of the information holocaust. The first week we spoke about our part in it. And here today, we're saying that we have fallen for this system of oppression. We have become okay with being suppressed. We have become okay with being depressed. Post-traumatic slave syndrome. We say, yeah, that's just because of slavery. But how do we get past it? Yes, we recognize what it is, but how now do we get past that syndrome? How do we get past when we look at ourselves and we can point out all the disorders, all the impairments? Now, how do we rise above it? That's the question. So when we look at the effects of slavery, we have to now say, how do I remove myself from allowing those effects to take place in my life? What part and what role will I play? We often talk about how it starts from youth, how it starts with our children. And when we look at the programming that takes place, right? Especially when we look at how they try to give Black people a certain stereotype. And they say that the stereotypes of Black people is, one, we're not religious, we're not organized in our religious practices, that we want to be more spiritual and not really abide by any rules. Then they give us a stereotype as women of being the Jezebel, a stereotype as being, promiscuous. Then they give us a stereotype of being unruly and being violent. And so they give us all these stereotypes. And many times we may look at the effects of the stereotypes and say, man, look what Diddy did. See, they are animals. Yes, what he did was wrong, but that's also just like looking at the drug dealer and villainizing the drug dealer instead of talking about who imported the drugs. So the people on the yacht with the paperwork, they don't get villainized because now they're professional. but they imported the drugs into the community. They gave us the guns. So we have to look at the programming and how we perpetuate it, yes, but let's also see how this was programmed and placed into our environment. With our children, if we look at most of the cartoons, most of the TV shows, it already instills in you the behavior of what they want you to become, right? So when you look at this programming, they have ways of instilling violence for the purpose of having the outcome of becoming a criminal. They already instill within you the sexual over sexual nature. How many times have we seen these Disney movies?
That's right.
And these cartoon characters that don't even look human are still shaking their butts.
That's right.
And so they are programming it for the purpose of you becoming that stereotype. But then they say, now look at them, because they have to create that stereotype to make you into a slave and to justify you being re-enslaved. Because now I can justify and say, hey, see, I told you they act like animals. They need to be civilized. But did you program us to act like animals? So I'm going to stop there, but that's just some ways in which we see the effects of slavery today.
Thank you for that, sis. And this third segment is entitled Headed Back to Chains, the re-enslavement of Black people. And when we think about that, that can be physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. So, Dr. Varmer, in your book, we're going back to that fear that sis was talking about. In your book, Are You Slave Mind, Student Mind, or God Mind, on page 199, you spoke about fear. And the question was posed, what causes fear to be so debilitating to members of humanity, most especially the Nubian melanated family, or the indigenous people, period? How does it become so debilitating that we won't stand up?
Well, let's first recognize when you say debilitating. Debilitation causes a person, it's a disability, right? Something that's debilitating is something that makes you and I disabled. Puts us in a position where our normal faculties and functionalities, right? Our ability to walk, to talk, to see, to hear, to smell, to speak, to taste. The five senses are hijacked. They have the symbol of speak no evil, see no evil, hear no evil. So something has happened to where we no longer recognize. In fact, Scripture teaches us that when the Nakash, or what they call it, the serpent in Genesis, it said that if you're coming from a biblical background, background, if you're a woman or man of faith, right? We speak to people of faith, right? True faith. And when you look there, it says that he says to, in this story, he says to the woman, for God does know in the day you eat thereof, your eyes shall be opened and you shall be as gods, good from evil. But in fact, with the consumption, image and likeness of the beast, with the consumption of drugs, with the consumption of alcohol and the drug and pornography and hypersexuality and bad diet and misinformation, miseducation, and anger and hate towards self and kind and perms and pride. With that consumption, in fact, instead of being as God, knowing good from evil, we become. They didn't tell us which God. They didn't tell us that the God of the world, according to Corinthians 4:4, was the devil. So when he says you shall be as God, he was talking about his father. Scripture in the book of John, he says, you are the devil from the very beginning, and about not truth. He is a liar and the father of lies. Thus, when he speaketh of himself. That's John 8, right? So when we're looking at that story, the devil was speaking about his father as God, saying, God knows if you eat thereof, your eyes shall be open. Open to what? Open to hypersexuality, open to pornography. When our friends were trying to get us to leave home and not listen to our parents and go run the street and say, in the streets, they'll say, this person got you open. That person got you open. Open to what? Your eyes have become open to debauchery and debate. So the problem with this fear, or the problem is with this residue, as you said in the previous question, the problem is with this misinformation. we don't realize that we have taken on someone else's perspective on everything. Slavery as a principle of racism, white supremacy, as a foundation of racism, white supremacy, or racism, Arab supremacy, or racism, Aryan, Indians, Hindu supremacy, or racism, Oriental supremacy, never ended. You know, I don't know how many people remember that, but they're still selling black people in Libya. I don't know how many people realize, you know, I think Elder Owen made a statement. He said, media, there's a word he used, when a person is not media literacy, they're not literate as to what's happening in the news. They're not literate as to what's happening in the newspapers. They're not literate as to what's happening in geopolitical schemes. And when you're not, you miss it. If you go on now, if anyone goes now and looks at what's going on in Lebanon, you'll have people say, oh my God, they're attacking Lebanon and Israel, and you got to pray for Lebanon. Meanwhile, the same Lebanese, Lebanon, white, same Arab supremacy, Pale Arab Emirate supremacy, and they're Catholics, right? The people of Lebanon are 85% Catholic, won't be known to many, right? These same people are locking workers from Africa, from East Africa and North Africa and West Africa, locking them in their homes, taking their passports so they can't leave while bombs are being dropped on those homes. Or the women who, when the people come back after the bombing, they're kicking the women out into the street, the domestic workers, which in Lebanon, there's a policy. If social media can look up the policy in Lebanon that allows the Lebanese people to have black, for all intents and purposes, slaves whose documents they take. This is a policy in Lebanon. That's apartheid. That's Jim Crow. Apartheid, you couldn't go anywhere without an ID. During slavery, you couldn't go anywhere without the master's permission. This is happening right now in Lebanon. This is happening in Libya. This is happening in Ethiopia, where the Saudis are killing Ethiopians going into Saudi. This is happening with the black Yemenis. This is happening in Haiti with certain Euro-Dominicans as opposed to Afro-Dominicano killing off the Haitians. So slavery hasn't stopped. There's not a residue of slavery. Residue is like, you know, you burn some rice and you got some black soot, you know, on above you. This is not a residue. This slavery. People keep saying headed back to slavery like slavery ended. Yeah. To say you're headed back to something means it ended. While it's still happening, we're not headed back. We are enslaved. That's on the physical level. Then, as the book says, and are you student mind, slave mind, God mind, then we're enslaved mentally. While you're still reading books, while they're burning the books written by black authors, not encouraging you to write as Righteous Jewels, Repletion of Power, not encouraging you to write as Melanin Minds, not encouraging you to write as Vantage Point, not encouraging you to get your degrees in as your masters, as you've done, Sister Angel, not encouraging you to write as I've written, not encouraging you to write as Kahun Uncle Sarah wrote in the book, co-wrote in the book, the Messiah they don't want you to know about, or Tears of My Father, or you know what I'm saying? Not encouraging you to write the way Kahun Mantu Tar has written, co-written African Soul Divine Spirit. Not encouraging you to write the way we do with Bantu Baby, Sister Sherelle. Not encouraging you. No, he's not encouraging. He's burning books. He's not encouraging you to write. He's not encouraging literacy. When you burn books, you're encouraging ignorance. The only people who fear what's between pages are people who want to keep you ignorant. So slavery never ended. We're not headed, even though that was the title of today's segment, but we're really not headed back to slavery. We're trying to get out of slavery. I've never lived my life, and I've told people this for many years, this idea of I own something. Living in the West, you can own land. You go through a divorce, they take that land and make you sell it. Then you didn't own it. You can't have the courts make me sell my land if it's my land. Y'all understand what I'm saying? And divide it the way they see fit. So I've never told myself living under occupation or colonization that this is mine, because I always knew the day comes we got to go home. You see, you don't escape slavery till you go home. The Bible says the children of Israel went to a homeland. If you follow that, the Bible said the Quraysh, Muhammad and them left Mecca, went to Medina to have a home, went to Ethiopia to have a home, came back, took Mecca to have a home. If you're following biblical or Quranic text, so this idea of we're going back to slavery, No, the reality is we're trying to escape. Book of Revelations, and I'll stop it. Come out of her, my people. Come out of her what? That you be not partakers of her iniquities, nor receive of her plagues, her buying and her selling. Revelations 18, and it says the selling of bodies. We are watching selling of in Alabama, selling prisoners for free labor. We're watching people getting paid pennies a day out in Atwater Penitentiary, out in what is it? San Diego, outside of San Diego, outside of Fresno, actually, right? California. You have all of these things happening. So this is not we're headed back to slavery. I got the good news, as the great BB Harriet Tubman said. I freed thousands of slaves, and I would have freed thousands more if they would have only but realized they were enslaved. We got to get black people with the bougie briefcases that we all carry, with our PhDs and our MAs and our BSAs and our BAs and our AAs and all these letters and alphabets that we all have, including me, all of these wonderful things, just say that I am qualified to continue to function within the system of oppression. Not saying don't get one, but instead we're supposed to get these degrees and become qualified on how to rewire, restructure, redesign it in order to use it to liberate ourselves and escape slavery. I pray that's clear.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Varmer. And while you were speaking, it reminded me of a quote by one of our BBs, Dr. Frances Cress Wilson, and she quotes, "We do not see the war being waged against us because we don't want to, and because we are afraid. We are engaging in behavior specifically designed to block out any awareness of the war, our true reality." So thank you for that. Now, when listening to this quote by our BB Dr. Frances Cress Wilson, Sister Zandi, this war, this misinformation, this modern day enslavement of our indigenous people. How can we recognize the war, and what should we do to prepare ourselves for the war?
The first recognize the war, you have to wake up from the dream, right? By such put in the book, Slave Mind, Student Mind, God Mind, that the world of concrete reality, right, has been made to be a dream. The world of concrete, realistic truths has been made to be a dream. So we bought into the dream. And because we're stuck in the dream, we don't want to see the war. They're polar opposites. The war and the dream state are two different states. So for me to be living in this dream state, everything has to be comfortable for me. But to wake up to a world that's full of violence and war, and it's all perpetuated against me, that's a whole different level of comprehension and perception. So first we have to buy out of the dream. We have to understand that no matter what your social status is, we have to understand that no matter how many bags and red bottoms you have, we have to understand as many cars you may have or whatever it is that you hold material gain and material value to, that doesn't matter in the world of war, right? You ever seen those scenes in a movie where it's going down, people are getting slaughtered, and then you have two people, oh, and I love you, but what we gonna do? Come back and find? It's not time for that. So we don't understand that in the middle of a battle, in the middle of war with guns blazing, we don't have time to be consumed in the fake illusion, this irreality of what we were told should matter to us. Now you have to look at your life and say, if this is truly our circumstance, right? Because we have clips that go out on social media, right? And it's being recorded right now from another device. And so when our social media puts that clip online, there's going to be people who watch this and say, yeah, but, and then there'll be that but, or it'll be that pause, and they'll fall right back asleep. See, the European can guarantee that he can put, pieces of truth in front of you because he knows you're going to fall right back asleep. He can put pieces and bits of truth in front of you because he knows you're not going to read. All he has to do is to distract you with something else. Project 2024 hit the internet. Everybody is upset in an uproar. Oh my God, I can't believe this. A second later, P. Diddy happened. Nobody spoke about Project 2024 anymore. 25 anymore. What happened? What happened that fast? So the programming is done so well that it can guarantee that you're going to fall back asleep. The programming is done so well that the war that's being waged upon the minds, upon the bodies, upon the souls of melanated people, African people across the globe can be right in front of your face. But disassociation from it, cognitive dissonance from it, and ignorance from it is going to separate you from that reality. So we have to understand the programming, and it sounds, so repeated, and it sounds, but we have to understand that is the key. The key is to be able to change your perception so you can wake up to the truth. It was said that once you put on the glasses, you can't take them off again. Yeah, everybody wants to be able to take it off again and be comfortable. Everybody wants to be able to take it off again and go hug their husbands and hug their children and watch a movie and know that, oh, we fought them. See, they put so many slavery movies and they put things in movies where we feel like we won, right? Because the movie, we went to war, Woman King, and we slayed and we slaughtered them and we fought back, and they made you feel as if you won. But then you go right back into the real world and do the same and repeat the same behaviors, and you don't have that same conviction, you don't have that same fight, you don't have that same response to what's happening today. So that's how you become desensitized, and you begin to feel as if you did your part, but your part is so much more than that. And I don't want to keep it going, but we have to understand what our part is, what our role is. Did you wake up and say, what am I going to do today to fight for my liberation? Or before you go to sleep every night, can you say one thing you did to fight for your liberation? But most of the time we can't do that.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, sister, so much. Dr. Palmer, going back to modern day slavery, and I know you mentioned Libya and Lebanon, and I was doing some research on Africa again, the world's epic center of modern day slavery, written by Abaya Latif Dakar, July 23rd, 2018. And it's saying that in his report, he said globally, 50 million people are currently trapped in modern day slavery. And so I looked at another article, and it says 400 years of change, the over policing of Black bodies and the devaluing of Black pain. And in the article, it talks about how, melanated people are being targeted, how we're being constantly devalued in medical, in education. Why is the policing of Black bodies, of indigenous melanated people, so important to the others, as I will just say it? Why is that so important?
Well, I want to ask social media. I think they just had it up on the screen. There's a video of the Secretary of State of the United States, Mr. Blinken. I don't want to missay his name. And he's speaking about Africa. If we can play that video, please, and then we'll explain why is it important, right? In NSA Memorandum 46. If we can bring that up, please. Right? Because what happens is, as they're bringing it up,
across a wide range of social media platforms. Now, according to the outlet's website, African Stream is, and I quote, a pan-African digital media organization based exclusively on social media platforms, focusing on giving a voice to all Africans both at home and abroad. In reality, the only voice it gives is to Kremlin propagandists.
Okay. Well, okay, are we back? Can we be heard?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So we have the policing of a social media platform out of Africa under the guise of saying, well, Russia's controlling it. Now, why is it important? We have to go back to 1979. For many people, that's way back, or for some people, it might be before then. For me, I was 7 years old, 6 years old, 7, something like that. And in that time, we found that there was a memorandum. This was under the Carter administration with the Foreign Secretary, or what you call Secretary of State, Henry Kissinger. And they had what was called a memorandum, NSA, National Security Agency, Nancy Sam Alpha, NSA Memorandum 46, that spoke to the keeping of Blacks of the diaspora from making any kind of contact, radical or otherwise, with Blacks of the African continent who themselves were pushing off colonial chains. And they saw it as dangerous to survival. Now, people will get nervous, right? And I'm talking history, so this is the I have to find this right there. But people get nervous when you have to accept, and Sister Azandi Ashanti Maliki made it clear, this wanting to not deal with concrete reality, not wanting to see things for what they are. Ultimately, fear. You see, when fear is a hormone, fear is a hormone, or the unbalanced production of a hormone. When they say adrenaline rises and you'll either fight, flight, or freeze, it's because the level of adrenaline says what you're going to do. The right type of adrenaline, you will fight, or will consciously run, not out of fear, but out of understanding your advantage is to run. Right? You have a knife, you have a bat, there's a dog, you can fight him. You have no bat, no knife, but your child, you must run. Knowing the difference on what to do, your hormone levels are going to tell you. Too much adrenaline, you might think yourself a hero and try to fight a bear. Not going to end good. Just the right amount of adrenaline, you might pull the shotgun and shoot the bear. Not enough adrenaline, you will freeze with fear. So adrenaline's not the issue, cortisol's not the issue. The improper distribution or production of these hormones to form the wrong cocktail is going to lead to what you're going to do. Now, I'm saying that to say that's what happens. Racism, white supremacy, racism, Arab supremacy, racism, Oriental supremacy, racism, Indo-Aryan and Iranian supremacy, and Lebanese supremacy, and Libyan supremacy, all the places that's enslaving us, and Euro-Dominicano supremacy, and Euro-Argentinian supremacy. And I can keep saying, they understand that keeping you and I in a position of ignorance and fear, ignorant as to who they are, thus allowing them to create fear. Scripture says you're supposed to get to a point where you look at those who lack melanin abundantly and say, is this the man that did weaken all nations? But he is a man. He's not Superman. He's not Jason Bourne. He's not Rambo. He's not, what's the guy? Good luck. What's his name? Liam Nielsen. He's not going to take it. He's not hiding under the bed. He's not Dean Claude Van Damme. He's not, what's the other one? Steven Seagal. He's not what's the name? Salt. Jolie, right? Brad Pitt. He's not. These are actors. He's parading himself as if he's not a man. And so we've put him on such a high pedestal that we don't see that he's a man. And he's put you on such a low pedestal that you don't see that you're divine. And so the man who's parading himself as a god is afraid of the God who's been made to believe that they're a man. And know that the day that the God and goddess, the divine children of the Most High Heavenly One, ever realize that you, in fact, are the God, you, in fact, are the deity, or you, in fact, are the divinity in flesh, manifested in different forms, the day you realize that, you're going to take back control of resources. There is no Europe without Africa. Because, in fact, if you got a cell phone or all this laptops and cameras I see, and tablets and phones and all this stuff that we're using to even put this forth today, there's none of this without Congo, where coltan comes from. There's no satellite to communicate. There's no internet. There's no Wi-Fi without Congo. Y'all understand? There's no marriages without the diamond ring, without the ruby, the sapphire, the emerald, the white diamond, the platinum, the white gold, I should say, which is Africa. There's no silver without Africa. There's no crepe and rayon without Africa. There's no mango and papaya and guava and plantain and orange and apple. Africa feeds Europe. The Caribbean feeds Europe and the Americas. Go to any supermarket in America and you see the bananas from Ecuador, from Brazil, take everything out of Walmart or Sainsbury or Asda that's not from the countries run by Europeans or European-looking people, and those supermarkets are empty. Palm oil is in every pastry. Palm oil comes from Africa. Without palm oil, there's no Little Debbie's, there's no Hostess, there's no Intimates, there's no Pepperidge Farms. I'm doing commercials for them, so they say pay me, right? None of these things would exist. And so that's why it's important to keep you as divine feminine, regal ladies, and to keep us as divine masculine, noble men from recognizing what Baba, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, taught, and what Baba Marcus Mosiah Garvey and Bibi Amy Jacques Garvey taught, and Baba Sheikh Isa Al-Hadi Al-Mahdi taught, that you are the light. You got power over everything. And the thing that he fears the most is you ever getting power back over your destiny, over your life, over your narrative, over your children, over your dress. They don't want us dressing like the way you're dressing. See, if we all just put on suits and ties and came out with wigs and perm, well, not me, you know what I'm saying, right? Pause, right? Came out with wigs and perms and all of that. We was just saying praise God and hallelujah. Oh, wonderful. But when we speak this, they'll try to make it seem that we're not Christian. When we sound more like Christ, because Christ was revolutionary. The Messiah was revolutionary. So he wasn't speaking what was sexy to the Sanhedrin and the Sadducees and the Pharisees, which were the political and religious heads of his generation. He wasn't speaking what Herod liked. He wasn't speaking what Caesar would like. John the Baptist was beheaded for speaking against Herod, killing his brother and marrying his brother's wife. You understand? Because this is practices you still see today. They didn't have that. So today, they're very focused on making sure that if you ever wake up, like Burkina Faso woke up, like Togo is waking up, like Mali is waking up, like Senegal is waking up, like Jamaica is waking up, like Bahamas, the prime minister there is talking about reparations. When you start waking up, they die because they're a virus. Yeah. And the virus needs a host. The parasite needs a host. And Black people just got to decide globally, take the parasite off. We've been petting the leech. We've been petting the tick. We've been petting the flea. We've been petting the fly. And imagine, this is my favorite mosquito. I saw a little white girl, she was keeping roaches. That was her favorite pet. And so she had them in her room, these big, big roaches, and they were her pet. Somebody can find it, bring it up. Little white girl, she had roaches all in her bedroom. Her parents like, she just likes roaches. Right, that's what's happened to Black people. We're keeping these things as pets. And that's what racism, white supremacy needs. Because it's survival. Baby Frances Westwalton, something you said, and I'll be quiet, but she said it's about white genetic survival. They are doing what it takes to ensure that they who can no longer have children, they've reached extinction level. When Italy and France and Portugal and Spain and America and England are saying that they're having less than one child per family. Okay, I don't know if y'all know less than one child means that's not a child, right? Right. Nobody's had a half baby, right? So less than one child means your species is dying. And everyone is saying, but Africa, by 2030 to 2050, will be the most populous place in the world with the most fertile land and abundance of resources. So these melanated people of the continent and we that are of the diaspora ever get our act together and decide to get together and work together, we win. but we need a system. Sister Zandi, you spoke to it, an organized system. We need to organize. Catholicism is organized. Sunni Islam is organized. Shiite Islam is organized. Conscious community is disorganized. You telling me we can't take the teachings? We're doing it. The teachings of all these great women and men, and we're putting it together in a very homogeneous, working together, harmonious format, and that's why it's going to work. Go ahead, Sister Joe. I'm long-winded.
Thank you so much. I pray that everyone's writing notes and taking notes. I am. I'm loving it. I'm going to switch gears just a little bit. Sister Zandi, you are part of our social media team, and you do such a wonderful job. And I was looking at some research from The Guardian, May 30th, 2024. And the title is Black Americans disproportionately encounter lies online. And what the article was speaking of, they did a poll and they were speaking to African Americans or Nubian Melanites, and you're saying that 47% of the people on this poll said that they have encountered false news or misinformation online. Being head of our social media department, how do we, as the Holy Coptic Church or as Mennonites, period, how do we avoid getting misinformation? And how do we know what is on social media is right for us so that we won't go back to sleep, as you said previously?
I believe in a previous segment today, religion was a part of what we were looking at. And I'm going to start with the last question. You said, how do we make sure that we're not being affected or impacted by that propaganda? And for us, the only way that we know the truth from the lie is to look towards our teachings, is to look towards our true religious identity, because all the answers are there. Sometimes we try to reinvent the wheel and we try to look and research and do our own research, not knowing if that article is put out by the same people who put out the media posts, or not knowing what is what. But the answer is in our true religious identity. It tells us what is true. It tells us what the illusion is. We have with us sitting here in front of us, we wait till people are gone to try to search for the answer. But when we actually have a living guide that's paving the way for us, that I've seen answer every question asked, how can we even question what the truth is and what the lie is when we have the answer? So I think first and foremost is to understand that this is not a leaderless revolution. Everyone wants a leaderless revolution. The point of the matter is, if this is war, then there is a general. If this is war, then there's a commander in chief. If this is war, that there's someone that's going to give instruction to the soldiers. So you have to determine what kind of soldier you're going to be. Are you going to be a soldier just get on the front line, just doing anything and die and get shot? Or are you going to be a soldier that says, hey, I want to help in this process of leading our people to the goal, to the finish line, to the promised land? And to do that, you have to be able to take instruction and follow instruction. So that's how we tell the truth from the falsities, is to, one, draw near and close to something that's giving you the right answers, because if not, you get lost in the propaganda. The internet is set up, especially today, where everybody has a voice. And everybody who has a voice is coming from the system of racism, white supremacy. I spoke with my cousin, who, is a part of a new religious, belief and a new church. And she spoke about meditating on the word. And when you're meditating on the word, you're only meditating on that which was already instilled in your mind. So the only way to go outside of that, or look past that vantage point, is to look towards the great people who look like you, who sound like you, who think like you, for the answer. And we have to understand that the world of propaganda is made to sell the lie. Propaganda is the biggest machine to help keep you enslaved. Because if If we look even at the Jewish Holocaust, how they painted them to be, we can bring that up social media, and it shows they call them all types of what's the words they use? Horrible names, and they painted these horrible images. And it's the same thing that's being done to us, the making of a slave. And if we look at how propaganda has a big hand in navigating us and keeping us in this system of racism, white supremacy, there we go, the Nazi propaganda. And if we go down, you'll see the images. And once you recognize that the images that was painted of these people are the same images that's being painted of us, because we always make our Holocaust to be less than someone else's Holocaust. When our Holocaust is the only one that's still existing today on all levels, from religion to economics to labor to sex, gender to law to war, security, and politics today. And everyone has had their hand in our enslavement. So how can we see this and recognize it to be a Holocaust, see this and recognize the propaganda, but not see the propaganda that's being perpetuated towards melanated people? When you have Facebook coming forth and people who make Twitter coming forth and saying, admitting in court that they are targeting young people, they are targeting young teens and young adults and children with the propaganda, they told you. Well, we went right back on there and believed what we seen. We have AI that's making false hurricanes, and now we're believing. Our eye is not even trained to see the lie. So we have to have our eyes trained again. We have to have our minds trained again. And the only way to do that is to see it from African eyes. That's why it's called African Holocaust Month. If you're looking from European eyes, you'll never see the propaganda. No matter if I told you it was propaganda, you won't see it.
It's true.
The only way you will see the propaganda is by using the lens that's being concentrated to being fixed, is giving you a vantage point that's showing you how it's taking place, and then it's up to you to stand.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. I'm going to shift just a little bit to Dr. Varmer. Dr. Varmer, there's a study called The Eradication of Mental Slavery Through African Intelligence and Black Consciousness, written by Nazalama Mahula of the University of Johannesburg. And in this study, February 2023, he made a quote that I wanted to ask you about. He said, the Bible is the ultimate instrument to carry out the subjugation mission of Black Africans. It is asserted that the white African, the African continent is one drowning in this Eurocentric mantle booklet. How has the Bible been used as a tool, an instrument, a war instrument, weapon against melanated people?
Well, let's first be clear, when the statement, the Bible, there are thousands of translations of the Bible. There's the Ethiopian Bible. There's the ancient African version of the Bible. There's the manuscripts. Europe, one of the first main propaganda things that they did before we even get to Bible was they created the notion that Africa had no written history. Why was that? This is though they knew Africa had a written history, because they were in these different places throughout the continent, stealing our books and our papyruses and our scrolls and our tablets. So why would a man who's stealing your books and your papyruses and your tablets and your scrolls, taking them back to England and Germany and France and Portugal and Spain and Italy, why would that same man, knowing that you had a written history, begin to spread the propaganda that there's no written history? See, if you tell a person they don't have something, what are they going to seek? That thing. And when seeking that thing, using the available misinformation, you're only going to keep finding the misinformation. So you're going to keep researching and pulling up what's confirming the lie. because the lies being written and said over and over and over and over again. So the Bible, as it's been presented, translated, misinterpreted, put in the wrong chronological order, that's a big problem. But see these women and the Franz Fanons and the Frances Cress Wilsons and the Winnie Mandelas and the Dr. Benz and the Dr. Clarks and the Marimba Annies and the Elijah Muhammads and the Marcus Garveys that's on this behind us, these Bibis and Babas, these atonist popes and saints. They understood that the day would come when you would have access to all of their research and be able to compile all of their research, all of the Amos Wilsons and the Madiba Mandelas and the Ivan Van Sertima's and all in Clonora. The day is now where we have access to all their research. But if we don't structure it, India never had the Vedas compiled before colonization at the hands of British Raj. China was not compiling all of the records of Confucius. There was no need to have it all as one. People had it in their different states and areas and lived accordingly. But they saw the power in not structuring everything. They saw that not having it structured and having another man telling their people that this book is the structure. See, the Bible gives a Eurocentric, or the Quran as it's translated today, they give a Eurocentric or Arabicized structure as to everything, because it begins with Fibada kana kalimat. In the beginning was the word, or Fibada kana Elohim. In the beginning was God. Or it keeps us thinking beginning, and that beginning begins in the language of the person giving it to you. So the Arab's beginning in the Quran, that beginning takes you to Arabic. The Hebrew beginning takes you to Hebrew. The New Testament beginning takes you to the Vulgate, to Latin, and that takes you to other people. So the Bible, as it, again, when we don't have the right Bible, the issue is not Bible. The issue is having the wrong Bible, the wrong translation. If one Bible promotes white God worship, but when you read it in the language they say it was written in, it's talking about black God worship, and you don't know that because you don't have the right language. If you read, here is lamb's wool, lamb's wool, lamb's wool, kinky, queenly, nappy, buckshot, all the negative words are now positive. If you know what lamb's wool looks like, and then are still worshiping an image that doesn't have lamb's wool, what is it telling the mind? So the Bible, when it's mistaught, when we don't understand, Elder Owen said earlier in the last segment, we have media misinformation, news misinformation. We'll also have a thing we call spiritual misinformation or religious ignorance, spiritual blindness, right? Racial indifference, religious ignorance, and spiritual blindness. Racial indifference, we are indifferent because the Bible said we're all God's children. But somebody's being treated like they're not a child, a God. You understand? Because if I got 3 kids and there's one kid I keep kicking and throwing down steps and cutting with glass and punching them in the throat, I don't think that kid's like, man, Dad really loves me. I feel the love. You follow? We're those children. So we have racial indifference. We have religious ignorance or religious blindness. We're blind as to the origins of the races, of the religions of the races, and the intent of these religions. Europe did not give us European Christianity to civilize us. In fact, they gave us European Christianity to demonize us and to turn us into savages. We weren't savage. There was no single mothers. There was no drug use. There was no prostitution. There was no orphan kids. So you don't take a society that had none of those ills, give them those ills, and say that's civilization. Before the Arab invasion, with their version of what they're miscalling Islam, because there's nothing peaceful about enslaving people. There's nothing peaceful about the Ottoman Turkish Empire slaughtering people. There's nothing peaceful about blowing up buildings. That's not, I don't know if they meant peace or P-I-E-C-E, right? But there's nothing peaceful. So misinformation, where we are, what the purpose of this African Holocaust Month is, and all the things that the Holy Coptic Church of the Black Messiah does, is to say these great minds gave us all the pieces to the puzzle that we need. But if we don't put those pieces together, or as Sister Zandia Shanti Malinki said, Miss Ali, if we don't put together what they gave us and draw near and take instruction, and the scripture in its right form is saying the right thing. How do we know? Because Africans were living by these scriptures. Native Americans, natives of the Caribbean, the Arawak, the Taino, the Choctaw, the Mandan, the Iroquois, the Seminole, the Wachita, they were living by these for millions of years, hundreds of thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, and they were living fabulous. The people of Sao Tome, the people of the Polynesian islands, Micronesian islands, the people of the Asian Pacific, melanated people, the Ainu people, were living by these scriptures. The Chinese don't throw away Confucianism because Europeans conquered them. They get Europe off of them and restructure Confucianism to get them back in order. The East Indians didn't throw away the Vedas just because Europeans attempted to mistranslate. You can get mistranslations of Confucius writings. You can get mistranslations of the Vedic writings. You can get misteachings. So if we see mistranslations of the original text, of the original African melanated text, we don't throw them away. Pick up the original, do the study, do the due diligence, clean it up, and put it back in its pristine form and get back to living it. We're the only people, perhaps because we're in his image now, who just don't want to live it anyway. Isn't that convenient? See, if I want to do Puffy or TD Jakes or the guy from Abercrombie, you know what I'm saying? If I want to do debauchery, then of course, why don't you just say, look, man, I like debauchery. I like sleeping around with dogs and cats and birds and feathers, and you know what I'm saying? I like doing crazy, backward, gutter, nasty, debased things. That's what I am. I've become that. If you say that, then we can end the conversation and move on. But if people are going to say to us, oh, the Bible, no, the Bible, yes, the way it's been taught. But the great Jomo Kenyatta said, which was repeated by Steve Biko, the great Steve Biko, Baba Steve Biko, too many of our people are already in the Bible, reading the Bible and in religion for us to merely say, throw it away. We must use the Bible, restructure the wording of the Bible in order to use the book that our people are already believing in with all their mind, heart, soul, body, and everything else about them. Take that book like Elijah Muhammad did. Take that book like Marcus Garvey did, like Noble Drew Ali did, like Sheikh Issa Hadi al-Mahdi did, like Minister Farrakhan has done, like Toros, like Dr. Take the book, clean it up, repackage it, put what you want to be in it that's going to be to your purpose, like everybody else puts in it what they want to be in it, and then give that, and then have a book that speaks to our theology, our cosmology. You don't got to follow the Vatican system of popes. These are our popes. If they can have Pope Vincent and Pope Victor and Pope Vicentian and Pope Xavier and Pope Jesuit and Pope Francis and Pope Benedict and Pope John Paul, they can do that. Well, I got Pope Garvey and Pope Henry Clark and Pope Joseph Ben-Yochanan and Pope Francis Cress Wilson, and put them in those positions and use their works the way Catholics read the writings of Vesuvius or reads the writings of Jerome. Instead of Saint Jerome, how about we start reading Saint Joseph Ben-Yochanan or Saint Henry Clark? Let's do that. Other than that, the Bible is not the problem. It's the false translation, misinterpretation, wrong chronological order, and misteachings. If we purify it of the influence of Europe and the Arabs and everyone else and put it back in its original form, Bible ain't no problem because it's our book. The Quran ain't no problem because it's our book. And all of those come out of our manuscripts that we just got to get back to. But again, cognitive dissonance, disconnect. But we can do it. I know we can do it. We don't have no choice.
Yes, sir. Well said, Dr. Warmer. Give me goosebumps. It reminds me of what one of our popes said, Dr. Joseph Ben Joachim, in the need for the Black Bible. When your God and Savior looks like your master or enslaver, you become the principal agent in your own destruction. So thank you for your words. I'm going to switch a little bit and we're going to go into education and how education has mentally slaved us as indigenous and African people. And in our article, Count Toughnut, she touched on it a little bit, and I love that quote. She said, "Our children don't read, our children scroll." So I like that. I'm gonna be taking that from from Calhoun Toughnut, that our children do not read, they scroll. So in this article, it says from the School of Education, American University in DC, August 19, 2024. It talks about the classroom segregation history and the current impact it has on students right now. Now, the history in the classroom, especially in America and other places too, it happened in Australia, it happened in Europe, it happened in the African continent, where classrooms were segregated. And in this article, it talks about how even though it's been decades of 1959 when the U.S. Stopped segregation and started integration, that there's still right now a disproportion of Melaninite children that are still segregated in schools due to redlining, funding, in education. They're getting inadequate education, which civil rights, our Baba Dr. Martin Luther King, he was fighting for separate but equal, but they integrated. How does education play a role in the mental enslavement? How does that impact us? Sister Zandi.
This goes back to what we said week one. And one of the things we mentioned was desegregation. And when we were bused to their schools, and once we were integrated into their education system, that's what began the enslavement. That's what began this miseducation process. There's nothing wrong with segregation. The problem is what you mentioned about the redlining. The problem is what you mentioned about the funding. There's no problem with us being separate. They understand there's power in us being separate. Black students with Black teachers, Black education, that's power. But when I take the funding and when I take the programs and the resources away from that situation, now I took the power from it, because now you can't educate on the level that you need to and give the exposure that you need to give to those children. So there's nothing wrong with being separate. It's just when we are separate today, we don't have the resources that we need. So we have to understand the importance of being educated by self and kind. There's nothing more powerful than to have a Black teacher that looks like you, that looks like me, teaching our children. I want nothing more than that today for my child, because when we think that we have to send them to European schools, white schools, to be educated, we see the pro of them having the resources, having the technology, right? They have iPads, well, Apple iPads, they have all these different things and tools that they use, the trips that they go to, the exposure they have to all these different fields of study. That's what we want for our child. So we put them in those environments. But now it's a clash of our programming, Black power programming, against the white European programming. So it's pros and cons to both. Putting them in that environment, they get exposed, but they also get exposed to miseducation about their identity, miseducation about who they are. But if they can get the identity along with the education, that's what we're fighting for. That's why a lot of people are seeing an increase in homeschooling for their children. Not that they don't want to put their child in a school environment. It's just they want to give their child Black identity education amongst the people and that look like them. Is co-op educations now, where they'll take someone like me and another mother, and we'll put our children in the class together. It'll be 5 children, but now we're teaching them.
That's right.
Now we can tell you who the BBs and Bobbas are as a part of our program.
That's right.
So instead of you studying Shakespeare, you're studying Marcus Garvey. Instead of you studying any other European teacher, you're studying B.B. Francis Cress Welsing. That's very important because now you're not demonizing the Black person. You're not demonizing Black education, because it's nothing more heartfelt than when my child looks at me and says, yes, mommy, that's right, and repeats what I'm telling her, opposed to the child that looks at you and says, but my teacher said. So now your teacher has taken precedence over your own teachings when the house is the first classroom. So they take the power that you have as mom and as dad, and now the European female or male teacher has more dominance over the mind and hearts of your child. So again, we have to understand separation is a good thing, but how are we separated? And if enough of us can see that, then we can pull our resources together to provide our children with the separate but funded education that we need. And so that's the importance of education, because when now as adults, you see grown adults that's oppressed, and they can't even take what a Black man says as truth until the white man confirms it. I love when Basesh pulls up an article, anything. He's like, oh, well, now it must be true. It must be true that you have the confirmation from the white man, but you couldn't believe it when I said it. So you have to look yourself in the eyes in the mirror and say, what is the disconnect? What problem do I have? What psychological problem happened to me where I can't even take the truth coming from someone that looks like me as concrete evidence of that which I see? And that's the importance of education, because if that was instilled in you from a child, you would have no problem listening to someone that looks like you. I argued for 20 minutes with my brother, right? This was years ago, about milk and how milk is full of pus. No, you over it, you extreme. It's not in pus. Okay, Google said it. White man's article. Oh yeah, it was right. So why is it that we need confirmation from the oppressor for us to believe something that's being taught by self and kind? And I think that's the importance of education, is we have to instill the power of words, the power of our teachings back in the youth again.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. And Dr. Balmer, you spoke about education in, are you slave mind, student mind, or God mind? Starting on page 103 and 104, and you talked about the mental weapon. So, in this research that I just previously spoke about, it talked about how in schools, and I know Dr. Karen Tufnut touched a little bit on it, how that, a lot of our children, when they do go to schools where they're integrated into the higher schools or the schools of science and things of that nature, there's a disproportionate of where these students are not recommended for gifted classes. The students are reprimanded or expelled from school at a high rate. They're not able to deal with the way our children learn or think and function. And you spoke about it in your book. How does having someone that looks like them, someone that is able to understand how our brains, how we process things, how important is it for a student in their development, mentally, spiritually, and physically, and emotionally? How important is it for them to see those images and be taught by our own?
Well, it's extremely important. But let me say, I'm always going to be that. I'm that guy, right? I'm going to see it a different way, right? It's extremely important. But I say that don't nobody look more like don't no one look as much as my children as I do.
Mm.
Don't nobody look as much as you do, or as your daughter as you do, or as your son as you do. Don't nobody look as much as any of us or any of our children than we do. And in fact, we are their first teachers. So as their first teachers, it is important that we teach them correctly. We are the first. We're first contact. No baby comes out the womb into the classroom of a teacher. Not that I know of, right? But most babies come out the womb into mother or father or grandparent or some relative's arms. Doctor grabs it, nurse catches and says, "Here you go. This is your baby, boy or girl." And they wrap and clean the baby. And if you do at home birth, all of these things. But all of us got first contact with mommy and daddy. And mommy and daddy look more like us than we may look than ourselves. So it's up to we that are mommy and daddy, who are the first contact, the first teachers, to become educated in the things necessary to teach the children. The lioness is not giving birth to cubs. You ever see the lioness? She gets pregnant. When it's time to deliver, she gets away from the pride, because when the males are feeding, it's a frenzy. She moves away. No, it's real, right? She gets away from the pride and goes off somewhere by herself and makes an area that she thinks nobody, can find her, no hyenas or anything like that. And she gives birth to her child, and or the cubs, and she goes out, hunts little small animals, eats them, comes back, gives them milk, and she spends weeks out there alone with them. Then as they begin to walk, she teaches them hunting skills. She uses her tail and teaches them and indoctrinates them in what it means to be a lion, with no other lions involved into the initial process. No other lions, just mommy, baby, mother's mind, we call it. And she infuses how things are to be done, that by the time this child is then taken as a cub and introduced to the rest of the pride, including the father and the brothers and everybody else, this child knows what it means and what is expected of it. Mm-hmm. We are taking our children and sending them to the anaconda, the crocodile, and the what's the other one? Hyena. Mm-hmm. So what is the importance of education? Education, is the great Henry Clark, Dr. Joseph Ben Yochanan said, is not what you get in the classroom, it's what you get once you leave the classroom. The classroom is to give you a piece of paper that says that you are smart enough to work the machinery of the system as it's been designed. Education is to show you how to take said machinery, restructure it, reorganize it, and make it work for you. So if we're going to go, as we go out, Neely Fuller, Baba Neely Fuller, Conner Racist Code, if we're going to talk educare, to reveal, to show forth, then we have to begin to do the work and stop saying, "Oh, I don't know, I'm not into this, I can't see the world like that." Our survival's on the line. Our survival's on the line. This is not a oh, we don't want to be enslaved. We're enslaved. Right. So if we want freedom, the only freedom is going to come by us having the proper education, with the proper information, with the proper way of that information being dispensed, and putting those things to work to change our condition. Educare is all we have. A teacher's job is not to teach you what they know. A teacher's job is to inspire you to want to know more than what you know. So if you're sending your children to school and they don't want to learn, it ain't because of the school. It's because you haven't inspired them to want to know more than what you know. You didn't show them the importance of knowing more. If you're not sitting at home and that child sees you reading every day, and that child sees you exercising every day, and that child sees you cooking meals every day, and that child sees you doing all the things that you want them to do and become as a part of who they are, their identity. We've got to give our education, has to begin by giving the children a identity. Bibi Mariba Annie says self-identifying. We've got to teach the children to identify. See, society will now say, yes, you have the right to say that you're a girl who's a boy. That's not self-identity. That's self-denial. If you're born with a vagina and you wake up and say, I don't think I should have a vagina, I was born in the wrong body, I need a penis, and you spend your life trying to chase a penis, don't get one. Psychology used to call that the electrocomplex. That the little girls hate the moms because they want to have a penis, so they want to conquer the dad. And then they had the Oedipus complex. The little boys hate the dad because they want to sleep with the mom. This is what this Greek, Freud was a freak, obviously, right? But they used to teach this. Now we've taken it away from that as a complex and made it a choice of life choice to say that I'm denying I was born with testicles and a penis. And if I have testicles and a penis, I'm a boy. No, you're not a boy. Testicles in the penis doesn't mean you're a boy. It just means you have a testicle in the penis. Okay, well, when I go to get a prostate exam, right, when I got to get my prostate checked, even if you're a boy who tests rid of the penis, they still going to say, bend over, we got to check and see if you got a prostate problem. They're not going to say, oh, let's check your uterus. So denial, they're teaching us not to self-identify, though they call it identity, is not, it's denial of one's identity. Black people are being taught, miseducated to believe we're not black. I'm not black. I'm not African. I'm an American. I'm not black. I don't see color. Well, you don't see color? Really? And you got a driver's license? You don't see yellow and green and red? You don't see the red stop sign? You don't see the black and white one-way sign? You don't see symbols either? And so it's cognitive dissonance. It's a disconnect. Proper education is going to reconnect. We are pro-education. We are pro-engineering. And so I have children that are engineers. I have children that are agriculturalists. I have children that are food scientists. So I'm pro-education. But how these children, I'm holding them accountable. They haven't done it yet, but they're going to do it before I die. They got to be held accountable. To me, I'm holding them accountable to use that education to improve the conditions of their people. If not, then everything we did was for nothing. I'm not educating you for you. I'm not selfish like that. That's not what we're teaching. That's not Christian. That's not ones of peace. That's not true Hebrew. We educate so you can give back. Each one, teach one. Pay it forward. Someone sacrificed for me to sit in the front of the bus. My job is to make sure that I control and own the bus. Your job is to make sure you control the bus routes. Next person's job is to make sure we don't even got to ride buses no more because we got planes and we keep forward progress. But that's not going to happen if we don't have proper education. And it begins with the people that look more like the children than the children look like themselves. Mommy and daddy. We are the first educators. So anything, the school, and they don't teach black pride. Why would a hyena teach lion pride? What is wrong with you? You got a bunch of lines. I can't believe the hyenas and the crocodiles are misteaching. They got my boy lion trying to swim inside that river. I can't believe they know that boy can't swim. He near to drown. You think? I can't believe the snakes got lion cubs not using their paws and just slithering around. Really? You can't believe that. You can't believe another species is programming your offspring to be at a disadvantage so that their offspring that's fighting over limited resources can have the advantage. You really can't believe that. You don't see roaches when they run. When the lights come on, they run. Why? Oh, snap, humans. Roaches don't be like, hey, how you doing? No, they don't do that. Flies. When you see a fly and you look at the fly flies away. Why? Because it understands. Something in our miseducation makes us not respond correctly. The great Claude Anderson says we have inappropriate response. We respond. The great Barbara Sizemore, B.B. Barbara Sizemore said, black people just don't get it. And it's not that we don't get it. It's we're suffering from willful and woeful ignorance. We're choosing to be ignorant. Puffy, even if he thought he was going to jail with all the craziness they're saying, you know, before he could have went to jail, he's supposed to take that $500 million and give it to every black organization, school, black dance troupe program. I would be writing checks. I'm going to jail forever. You hip stupid. I'm not going to let them get it. I'm African. I'm not going to let you get it. I got $500 million. This is to the Negro Fund. Huh? That's to the Nation of Islam. What you got? You do Boy Scout, Girl Scout cookies? You black? Black Scout Masters Association? And just give it away. And by the time they get ready to do that, I ain't got nothing. Wisdom, I gave it to all my black people. But instead, we all go fighting in the court, knowing you ain't going to get out, and knowing as soon as it's over, they're going to go after the civil case and take all your money. It's crazy. When they got Bernie Madoff, $50 billion. The little white boy with the people trading the fake money. Crypto. 100 billion. Jewish boy, 100 billion. Bernie Madoff, 50 billion. When they say, what happened to the money? I don't know. You see the difference? Bernie Madoff said he don't know what happened to 50 billion. I don't know. It disappeared. No, he gave it to Israel. He gave it to family. He said, well, if I can't spend it, I ain't giving it to you. Little Jewish boy said, I'm giving $100 billion to the FBI, CIA, MBG. No, it's $100 billion. Who $1 billion? And re-empowered his people. Said, just make sure my commissary straight. But R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, Puffy, the Duffy, whoever's next, everybody holds on, knowing that is ignorance at its highest level. You corrupt, that's one thing, but don't tell me you're stupid. Anyway, I was just venting. Sorry.
Yes, Dr. Varma, thank you so much. And I would like to read this quote. When you were speaking, it just made me think of this quote by Baba Martin Luther King Jr. From his letter from Birmingham in 1963 when he was in jail. And he said, we know through painful experience that freedom is never voluntary, given by the oppressor. It must be demanded by the oppressed. And a lot of people don't quote that because they don't think he was radical, but you know, Baba Martin Luther King was radical. And we're gonna get ready and wrap up. But Sister Zandi, when we think about our freedom, our liberation, how should we know we have these blockades, we have cognitive dissonance, we are desensitized. How do we, as Nubian Mennonites, how do we go about finding liberation and continuing to fight for that liberation?
Thank you so much again, Sister Angel. I want to end with this. Finding liberation. Liberation isn't hidden from us because we've had so many people to show us what liberation is. And that's what this African Holocaust Month 2024 has been about, is that it's an African informational Holocaust, but the truth is also present. It's been drowned out, it's been diluted with the lie, but it is available. And so when we see the truth and when we see liberation and we see the means by which to obtain it, we have to do what's necessary. Basesh has sat here for years telling us to grow food. How many of us have heard it but not done it consistently, right? Even myself, I have to look and say, okay, how often have you got in the garden? So it's to really take the things that you know you should be doing, self-evaluate and say, now that I have the information, how am I willing to implement that information? Liberation is not hidden. It's right in front of us. But what will I do about obtaining that liberation? By such that we give first dibs to anybody wanting the cub. Anybody wanting our cub. Here you go, who wants the cub? Chinese, Indian, Caucasian, who wants it? What will we do to protect not just the cub, but protect our identity, protect our culture? A lot of times, us as women and ladies, we say, oh, I'm overprotective, I'm territorial of my man. Well, when will we become territorial of our culture? When will we become territorial of our Black identity and interaction and relations with each other? When will we take the same false concepts that we've been given and apply them towards that which will liberate us? Because we said we have all the right things, but we're misappropriating it and using it towards that which is keeping us ignorant, that which is keeping us destroyed in our intellect. Right? So how do we take what we know and do what is called the counter-racist code? Making sure that everything that we speak is constructive. Because if you're not a part of the solution, you're a part of the problem. A lot of times we think it's a gray area. I don't see color. No, it's either you're a part of the solution or you are a part of the problem. Because when we recognize the numbers, Basesh also said he is a man. And because of Freddie and Jason and this one man that's killing all these people and making you feel like they have that power over you when really you dominate in numbers. So what if everybody in that room that's hiding and running from the Freddie and Jason come together and just, can somebody get them from the front? I get them from the back and get them from the side. I mean, come on. but they played a trick on your mind to make you think that you can't do it. They made you think that you are less, you are inferior, when really they suffer from the inferiority complex.
Amen.
They suffer from it, but you allow them to play the trick on your mind. So we have to understand, one, we rise in numbers, we're higher in numbers. Protect that which really matters. As much as you protect that Apple Watch and you protect those rims and you protect the information liberates you when it's applied. So part of the information Holocaust is to not forget. We were doing a sermon which will continue about forgetfulness. The fact that we forget who we are allows for this information Holocaust to take place. Never forget. Never forget again that this is not a thing of the past, but it's happening now. And in order for you to stop what's happening now, you have to act in real time. You have to act by any means necessary. Means you have to, as tiring as it may be, you have to stay up. As hard as it may be, you have to keep going. As difficult as it may be, you have to do what's necessary to stop the Holocaust and never forget. Never, ever forget. And that's how we push
Yes,
and move
ma'am.
towards our generation.
Thank you, sis. Dr. Varma.
No, don't you think? All Dr. Varma's about to say, thank y'all for having me.
We're going to give you some
following
marching
that.
orders. Can you give us some marching orders?
Marching orders. Reach out to the Holy Coptic Church of the Black Messiah, Journey Home Group International. You can go to www.journeyhomegroup.com. You can click to send us an email to journeyhomegroup@gmail.com. And there you can put in your notes, want to join, want to know more, you know what you're seeking. Also, you can join us for our Wednesday in the Word True Life Fellowship Hour every Wednesday evening at 6:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 11 p.m. GMT, or every Sunday afternoon at 2:30 Eastern Time, 7:30 GMT. Additionally, you can find us on Instagram, Twitter. You can find us on Facebook, Holy Coptic Church International. You can go to our YouTube page, which is Coptic TV, QUBPIC TV. So you can always know what's going on. And don't forget, support our philanthropic works where we're helping to build villages and put in wells and bring power to different places in the African diaspora as well as the continent. Go to www.mojbaby.com, MOJ-BABY.com, or on the Journey Home Group site. All of these links are right at the top. Remember, as always, you and I are all we have. This has been a Coptic television production, the Journey Home Group International, the Holy Coptic Church of the Black Messiah. We are grateful to you, and by the will of the Most High Heavenly One, this Holocaust will end because you and I are now empowered with the right knowledge and information necessary to do the works that is necessary. I'd like to thank you, Sister Angel Kennedy Muhammad. I'd like to thank you, Mr. Zandia Shanti Malinki. I'd like to thank all of the different speakers and presenters and interviewers over the last 4 weeks. Elder Owen Burroughs, the Right Pastor, Dr. Horace Wright, Dr. Cleveland Indius III, Associate Pastor Karen Hilton, Sister Dr. Nicole Ford, Dr. Charlene Chase, Dr. Dias Tucker, Brother Demarius Freeman, Sister Minivizier, Eri Ma'at, known as the beloved Sister Diana Powell. We make sure I didn't leave Sister Sharice Hannah, Sister Amani Nia, what was her name, as well as Sister Nala Saud, known also as Shaniqua Bethel. Who else did I leave out? All the people in the background. Let me thank Brother Misu or Brother Michael Mackey. Let's also thank Sister Elder, who we call Umyumi Nafian, Mr. Forbes, Sister Shandell Williams. Who else I wanted to? Jennifer Thurston. Who else I want to thank? Brother John O'Neill, Elder Stephen Matthews, Sister Carr. I don't want to leave anybody out because this is how you get in trouble when you start thanking everybody and you forget people, right? All the people in the United Kingdom that are working each day, Sister Cassandra, Sister Millie, Sister Rochelle, Sister Roxanne, Uncle Desi, Uncle Terry, Uncle Harry, who else? Brother Derek. I don't want to leave nobody out. Uncle Charles, Elder Rob, Robert, Elder Chris, Elder Mike, Elder Michael Stephen Matthew, Michael Ladson and Mike Stevens. If I left you out, please don't get mad at me. I'm trying. This is top of the head, right? I want to thank all the members of the Holy Cryptic Church of the Black Messiah for what we have done this year. Well done, job well done. Keeping this message spread. Now let's take it and keep going. Don't forget, it's the 30th, the 31st, and 32nd on the 30th. We do this ancient African ceremony of overcoming the adverse forces in preparation for the winter solstice. Additionally, we have ceremonies that are also taking place. We have restitutions, we got birth ceremonies, we got babies being born all around the world. It's a beautiful thing to see younger Tonys having their children. Proud to be a part of this and watching my children grow up alongside of your children. I'm grateful. Men's conference. That's right. I want to talk about the babies. Right, we got the men's conference coming up in December. We're going to be putting that together. Look for that. And of course, Love, Lies, Liberation is going to be taking place on the African continent this year in the month of February, the end of February going into March. It is a 3-week thing. If you're interested in going, text 646-479-9465. Be a part of the journey home. Be a part of what we're doing. We got land and resources. We selling plots, real plots, not that polite one, real plot. I ain't polite. I don't want that. There ain't no fake school. It's real land. This ain't no fake, we don't get rich. This is real stuff. I do real. I don't do fake. Everything about me is going to be real. So this is the Cooking Celebration production. As you know, I'm crazy. I'm tired. This is Rev. Dr. A.J. Baldwin, known also as Princess Heart of Hotel Talk. I pray that this message has reached you. As always, you can contribute to this message by going to our donation platforms, as well as spreading YouTube, Cryptic TV station, and all of these last 4 weeks of sharing with family and friends. We love you. That's why we do what we do. It goes on the responsibility, Sister Angel. This has been our pleasure. Namaste.